Good morning, everyone. Bon dia, bonjour. We're calling the meeting to order now. Yesterday, we had a session that was unpacking the SADC protocols. And then today, we take one of our model laws, which will give us an insight into enhancing MPs' capacity to understand domestication and effectively monitor the implementation of the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage. So that is what we'll be looking at today. And we're going to look at the objectives, the background, the context overview, update from the SADC People's Summit, side event by different presenters. So we're going to have different presenters today. We have about 5 presenters. But before we have those presenters come on board and before we proceed with our the rest of the program, I'll call upon Kurasha just to give us a bio on the 3 presenters.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The 3 presenters, the first one is Divya Srinivasan. She is the global lead on ending harmful practices at Equality Now, focusing on female genital mutilation and child marriage. She, a human rights lawyer from India. She specializes in women and girls' rights, gender equality, and international law, advancing global efforts to end violence and discrimination against women and girls. The second presenter is Nkata Murungi, an associate professor of international human rights law and assistant director at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. Her work focuses on children, women, persons with disabilities, and sexual and reproductive health rights, with extensive experience in Pan-African advocacy, research, and engagement with the African Union. The third presenter is Sally Ncube, the Equality Now regional representative for Southern Africa. She leads a regional advocacy campaign partnership to advance legal equality and end child marriage, sexual exploitation, and gender-based violence. Sally remains committed to Southern Africa where laws uphold dignity, safety, and equality of all women and girls. Madam Chair, those are the profiles of our 3 presenters.
So we'll not. So I'll call upon the first presenter, who is Sally Ncube from Equality Now. who's going to give us the objectives, background, context overview, and update from the SADC People's Summit side event with Salin Bulbe.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning. Good morning, honorable members. I could do more with your love today. It's a special day. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning. So welcome to this exciting session today where we are going to take a deep dive and power up and just take a moment to appreciate each and every one of you in the room, because together we have been the magic that have delivered the change that is meaningful for Southern Africa. So it is an honor on behalf of Equality Now and Plan International to welcome you to this track where we are going to be focusing on strengthening the capacities of members of parliament to understand better and more to domesticate and effectively monitor and ensure oversight in the implementation of the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children who are already in the marriage situation. So why I was really trying to power the room up is because today it's special. So I want to make an invitation to all of you to say, if in this moment you were a song, in this moment, wherever you are seated, how you are feeling, how you are in this room, if you would be a song, what would that song be? Let's get it happening. If you would be a song in this moment now, what song would you be? And just sing a little bit. I'm waiting. Work with me here. Happy day.
Microphone. Oh,
Happy day. What Jesus heart.
Jesus was.
Thank you for gifting us with this happy day. Indeed. So one of the proud rhythms of Southern Africa is we yeyeza, we ululate, isn't it? So I'm so excited because I learned to ululate very recently. So allow me to ululate in this moment. Thank you very much. So today marks a special occasion, exactly 1 year since Equality Now and SADC Parliamentary Forum formalized our relationship in the form of a memorandum of understanding. But this was after almost 3 decades, 30 years of working together. So last year, exactly today, 28th of October, 2024, there was the formalization of the relationship between Equality Now, which is an international human rights organization, and the SADC Parliamentary Forum, where together we came to on the 20th of October 2024. And over the past year, our collaboration have really shown the power of combining parliamentary advocacy, oversight, and legislative power, unlocking the diversities of Southern Africa, from the Francophone Southern Africa, Lusophone, and the Anglophone, and in the diversities of our different identities. We are connected by air, we are connected by land, we are connected by water. And what makes us special as Southern Africa is that together we pull the different expertise, the different powers we have for the collective good. So combining the parliamentary power and civil society legal advocacy, different movements pulling together, it was momentous for us. And this has enabled us to advance gender equality and promote and protect women and girls' rights in the region, working hand in glove with men as policymakers, men as traditional leaders, men as champions who have shown up through power and to use the privileges and platforms for collective good. So as we mark this anniversary today, we renew our shared vision, a Southern Africa where no child is forced into marriage, where every girl completes her education, and where rights, as they are enshrined in the various commitments that the SADC member states are part to, are going to make sure that people of SADC will live meaningful lives. So this session is because as Southern Africa, child marriage remain a pressing human rights issue. So in this moment, again, I will invite you to do another reflection. When you see or hear child marriage, what comes into your mind? Whether it's a thought, a feeling, or a word, just take a moment to just jot it down wherever you are seated. When you hear about child marriage, or when you see somewhere written child marriage, how do you feel? I invite your senses in the room. For those who have the sense of sight, what do you see in all areas of your life around child marriage? What have you heard in your various countries around child marriage? Your hands, you have power in your hands. What is it that your power is calling you to? Or what have you, or how have you used your power and privilege in your hands to end child marriage or to do something around child marriage? The power of your leadership as parliamentarians is that it is pivotal. You craft the laws. You are legislators. You approve budgets. You hold governments accountable. You shape the public discourse. You're the role models in all areas of your life. Even some children were named after you. As you walk, someone is even copying the way you dress and how you walk because you carry that power of presence and role modeling. Children in Southern Africa are looking up to you. They depend on you. You are all in this room because when you were a child, someone stood firm for you. Someone defended and protected you with all they have. So we owe it to the children of Southern Africa to show up for them powerfully and play our part and pay forward. We are sitting on the privileges of generations that came before us, who enabled for the region to be liberated. We pay forward to other generations so that we keep it together. So the children of Southern Africa are depending on you, they look up to you, they trust you. And guess what? Whatever faith you are coming from, they even pray for you. The tools already exist. We have the SADC model law. We have the African Union Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, which we said is turning 35 years this year, which was also the first instrument in the continent and globally to put 18 as the age of marriage, with no exception. At Southern Africa level, we have pulled in from different international instruments and human rights standards. And we are leading with the SADC model law on child marriage. We have strong civil society partnerships. Some partners came yesterday, some are not in the room. We have traditional leaders who have come on board. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the work of the traditional leaders and Chief Kashinda Moto, may his soul rest in peace and power. What remains is our collective action to ensure that these commitments translate into protection and opportunity for every girl. Together we can make child marriage history and we can secure our future where every child is free to learn, free to be a child, to play, to grow, and be a catalyst for our sustained development and well-being. Madam Chair, SG, thank you for this platform. We are looking forward to a session and deliberations that will take us in different spaces of imagination. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much. I could see a lot of enthusiasm in there and very passionate about what she was talking about. So we have our next, next we'll have the video on the child marriage by Equality Now. So if we can have the video, please. Thank you. Sorry, we're having a bit of a challenge. We are having a small challenge right now. So we'll have the video after the tea break. I'll call upon the next presenter, who is Divya Srinivasan from Equality Now.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Sorry for the technical difficulties with the video, but we hope to come back to it later. I just wanted to share some research in terms of assessing the domestication and implementation of the SADC model law on child marriage. This research is based on briefs which Equality Now produced in 2023 along with the SADC Parliamentary Forum and UNFPA. Um, sorry, yeah. The first brief is focused on gaps and opportunities in the legislative framework. And we identified three thematic areas which we specifically looked at across the 16 SADC countries to determine the extent of domestication of the SADC model law and where gaps and opportunities still remain. So the three areas identified were firstly the minimum age of marriage and the extent of its uniform application between boys and girls, the existence of exceptions as they relate to religious, customary, or other laws, and provisions for waiving the minimum ages of marriage through parental or judicial consent. So based on our findings, we found that out of the 16 countries, 7 countries, well, actually we've updated this a little bit since 2023, we've tried to keep it updated. So 7 of the 16 countries set the minimum age of marriage at 18 without any exception. So that's around 45% of countries. And these countries are the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Seychelles, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And then in 5 countries, the laws set the minimum age of marriage at 18, but there are exceptions in the law. So these countries are Angola, Botswana, Comoros, Madagascar, and Namibia. And the exceptions are varied. Some of them, like Botswana, specifically exclude customary and religious marriages from this protection, while in others, a government official or the court can consent to a marriage involving a child younger than 18. And then in 4 countries, so 25%, the laws themselves have a minimum age of marriage between 15 and 18. And here, there's a differentiation between the age of marriage for girls and the age of marriage for boys. I think often, based on the assumption that girls mature earlier, or based on understanding of girls' roles in terms of reproduction. And in all these countries, in addition to setting the age of marriage below 18, they also have exceptions which allow for judicial or parental consent to lower the age even further. I also wanted to share some countries where legal reform changes are in progress, which may not be reflected in the table yet, since they are yet to come into force. In Namibia, the new Marriage Act was passed in 2024, which will prohibit marriage under the age of 18 for both boys and girls. And from the ages of 18 to 21, adolescents can only marry if they get consent of the parent, or in case the parent refuses unreasonably, then the children's commissioner can grant consent if it is in the best interest of the parties. So though this act was passed by Parliament and received presidential assent, I believe it's yet to come into force, which is why we've put in the progress changes. We also have South Africa, where the marriage bill has been pending since 2023. I believe the public hearings are ongoing right now. And this bill will repeal all the current laws regulating marriage in order to put in place a single harmonized framework, which will also recognize religious marriages and Muslim marriages, which the Constitutional Court had said needs to be recognized under the law. And when passed, this bill would also remove all exceptions to the minimum age of marriage under 18. So during the public hearings for the bill, which have been going on for the past year, there have been significant public inputs to support raising the minimum age of marriage to 18. There were even some stakeholders who are calling for it to be raised even higher, up to 21. And then in Angola, during the UN Human Rights Council earlier this year at the Universal Periodic Review, the government of Angola made a commitment that the family code is currently under review, and it would remove exceptions which are currently in place in the law to the minimum age of marriage. So in terms of the other issues, apart from specifically laws which have exceptions to the minimum age of marriage under 18, in many cases where these exceptions are in place and they allow children to be married with parental or judicial consent, they don't have an absolute minimum age. That means that in some countries, with parents' consent, a child of any age can get married. So even as young as 8 or 12, because there is no absolute minimum within the exceptions. Secondly, another issue is that even in laws which allow you to go to court or to go to a government official in order to get consent for the child marriage, there are usually not very detailed guidelines which are in place to guide how that exception should be granted. So, to have a requirement that you need to speak to the child, or you need to make sure that the child is not being forced into the marriage, and to actually have any sort of safeguards. So while obviously the ideal standard is that we have 18 without any exceptions, even in cases where these exceptions are in place, there aren't sufficient safeguards which are there to protect children. Other really important issue is the lack of harmony amongst laws, especially between marriage laws, criminal laws, and child protection laws. So often, in many cases, even if the Marriage Act is amended and the minimum age of marriage is raised to 18, the Children's Act might say something different. The criminal code, which has a provision on child marriage, would be different. In many countries, the definition of a child is at 18, but the Marriage Act hasn't been amended to raise the minimum age of marriage to 18. So this creates a lot of confusion within the legislative framework, and it makes it difficult to implement the laws and make sure that all children are protected from child marriage. So the recommendations from this brief really look at, I think, firstly, just to ensure that all states unequivocally set the minimum age of marriage at 18 in accordance with international and regional human rights instruments. The second one is on harmonization of laws and to make sure that all the laws are aligned. Even if they are not, to spell out the hierarchy to make sure that the law which is setting the minimum age of marriage at 18 and coming in later should take precedence over laws which were already in place before. And then we need to continue the data collection and information generation to identify gaps and opportunities, and to continuously monitor potential progress for legal reform, which I think we will be talking about tomorrow in more detail as well. And then inclusion of communities in the policy formulation to increase ownership. Again, this is something that we see that if communities don't feel that they were included in the development of the law, then implementing it afterwards becomes really difficult. So the second brief I wanted to discuss was focusing on domesticating the SADC model law on child marriage. It provides some examples and identifies progress made in various countries. Sorry. And the brief really highlights key challenges towards full domestication of the SADC model law. Sorry, sorry, the screen is not coming. Okay, we're back. So I just want to run through some country examples where we've looked at the extent of domestication and the challenges. So the first one is Mozambique. So in 2019, Mozambique enacted the law on the prevention and combating of premature unions, which was inspired by the SADC model law, and which actually states in the preamble to the law that while implementing law, the principles of the SADC model law should be taken into account. So they've really sort of taken the spirit of domesticating the SADC model law forward. It contains a majority of the provisions of the SADC model law. In some cases, it's even more progressive. For example, the SADC model law says that even out of a void child marriage, the child in the marriage is entitled to half the marital property at the time of annulment. But the law in Mozambique says the child is entitled to 2/3 of the marital property, and the adult in the union would only get 1/3. And the country is also implementing a national strategy for the prevention and combating of child marriage. The next country example is Malawi, which changed its law in 2017 to raise the minimum age of marriage to 18 without exceptions. But again, there are some provisions in some other laws which makes it difficult in terms of implementation. For example, the penal code has an offense on forced marriage, but here the age is set at 16 and not 18. So it's not consistent with the other provisions like the Children's Code Act, which sets out the definition of a child at 18. So the Law Commission actually undertook a review in 2024 of all its child marriage laws with the aim of ensuring full domestication of the SADC model law on child marriage. And based on this review, they found that even though Malawi's law sets the age of marriage at 18, in order to actually ensure full domestication of the SADC model law, there might be a need to introduce a standalone law on child marriage, which particularly includes provisions relating to prevention and response. And they identified this as a gap in current domestic law, where there were no provisions for interventions to mitigate the effects of child marriages, or to prevent child marriages from taking place. In South Africa, I mean, I already mentioned the marriage bill, which is still pending. And I just wanted to highlight good practice on comprehensive sexuality education, which is incorporated in the life orientation subject and compulsory at both primary and secondary school levels. In Zambia, again, this is a recent example of progress in law reform. The Marriage Act of 2023 was passed, which prohibits marriage under 18 without exceptions, and it includes customary marriages specifically within the scope to ensure that all types of marriages, irrespective of whether they're civil, customary, or religious, are covered by this protection. And then the Matrimonial Causes Act in 2024 was passed right after that, which declares child marriages void. Coming to Zimbabwe, again, a recent reform in 2022, where a new marriage act was enacted, which prohibits marriage under 18. However, something to highlight here, especially in terms of national action plans and strategies, which many countries have, that there's often a lapse when one national action plan ends, and it sometimes takes 3-4 years for the new national action plan or strategy to come into place, which can lead to gaps in implementation. So for example, in Zimbabwe, though the National Action Plan on Ending Child Marriage expired in 2021, I think a new National Action Plan is still pending. Also wanted to highlight the new education regulations, which were passed in 2025, because they specifically mandate schools to put in place protective measures for survivors of sexual violence, including child marriage. And this includes counseling for pregnant girls to ensure that they have mental health support, and also re-entry provisions to make sure that pregnant girls are able to attend school as per their capacities up until the time of delivery, and to also facilitate effective re-entry as soon as the delivery has taken place. So coming to some of the challenges in domestication of the SADC model law, I think as I've already highlighted, one is really in inconsistent legal frameworks that, once one law is changed, we just need to make sure that all the laws are changed so that they're harmonized and there are no conflicting provisions. In some countries, there is progress, but I think the progress towards law amendments are quite slow. For example, in Tanzania, though the Court of Appeal has already declared that, setting the minimum age of marriage at 18 for boys and 15 for girls is discriminatory because it violates the right to equality under the Constitution, the law reform is actually still pending. Similarly, in Eswatini, there was a marriage bill which was introduced in 2022, but it lapsed, and I think there are still conversations pending in terms of whether the marriage bill can be revived again. The other issue, I think, is really on informal unions, which is not common across the region. It really differs from country to country. But in some countries like Angola, 83% of child marriages are actually taking place in the form of informal unions, as opposed to formal registered marriages, which makes it difficult to regulate, and often we need specific legal provisions to actually look at informal unions. And other issue that we highlighted in the brief is really that often we spend a lot of time researching on what the gaps are, but we don't spend time looking at what's worked. So when we had successful law reform in so many countries, to really do the research and find out what worked in order to make sure that that change came about so that it could also have a positive influence in other countries across the region and the continent. So the recommendations that we highlighted really were in terms of prioritizing harmonization of laws, making sure that there's inclusive and comprehensive legal reform that goes beyond just the minimum age of marriage with sufficient budgetary allocations, and ensuring that there's a human rights-based approach and a multi-sectoral approach to law reform, and really some provisions which looked at what helps us get law reform in place, including the role of media, raising awareness amongst the community, and identifying community champions, traditional leaders who are champions, and parliamentary champions who can really push it forward. So I think Sally already covered this in the beginning, so I don't want to highlight it too much, but maybe just to give some examples in terms of parliamentarians' roles in addition to lawmaking, and what we've picked up based on the research in ways in which parliamentarians really play a very significant role in ensuring implementation of laws on child marriage as well, including overseeing training of relevant stakeholders involved in the justice delivery system so that they're aware of the new laws which are put into place and they can handle cases of child marriage with sensitivity. For budgetary allocation, I think something which we noted in our research also is that sometimes it's difficult to bloat the budget of just one ministry, like the Ministry of Gender, with the resources that it might need to address gender-based violence or child marriage. So distributing the budget across different ministries, including health, education, and other ones, and make sure they all have like a component which is looking at addressing child marriage, can help ensure that there's adequate budgetary allocation. And of course, yeah, monitoring the spending of budgets allocated both within the parliamentarians' own constituencies as well as holding the government to account as a whole to their commitments. And in some laws, we've seen provisions where when the law is passed, there's actually a provision which requires government to regularly report on their progress in implementing the law back to Parliament. So that's a way to really ensure that the monitoring of the implementation takes place. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that elaborate presentation. Honorable members, the forum is all about promoting democratization and social economic development in Southern Africa. There can be no sustainable socioeconomic development. Given the results that we have just been given, it shows progress on what our countries have done this far. This is important because our strategic plan 2024 to 2028 emphasizes the domestication of what we can call the Forum's Bill of Rights on SRHR, which constitutes the SADC model law on HIV, child marriage, GBV, and PFM. All the above model laws have strong SRHR components and are to be progressively domesticated in collaboration with members' parliaments. At this point, I will call for your interventions. They may be in the form of adding value to what has been presented or asking for any clarity to our presentation. I can see a card from South Africa. Maybe we can take 3 questions at a time. I can see Eswatini. The one there is Namibia. So we'll start with the 3, then we'll go to Angola, then Zimbabwe, then I saw another card there. Okay. Okay, so maybe what we'll do is just take up all the questions just in case they are related. Just take notes as those questions are being asked. Yeah, Divya, please take note of the questions as they are being asked so that we can pick all of them just in case they are related and you'll be able to answer them. So we can start with South Africa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me welcome the presentations, which is very informative, but also appreciate the work that has been done through the agencies that have just presented here. And we are actually very honored to be associated with them in terms of the kind of work that they are doing to make sure that we do actually improve on the lives of our children, particularly our young girls and women. A few years ago, we had a review process of our women's charter. And one of the things that came up that is happening in South Africa that was maybe where it doesn't occur, it is not so visible. And it is the whole issue of what we call ukutwala. Now, we are speaking here about child marriages and things like that, but in the South African context, and I think Honorable Madikizela will be able to support me on that, it is just girls that are being grabbed and being like kidnapped to be wives for men, very young girls. I'm sure our resource person will know about it. And part of the reason why the marriage law is also now under review is because of the marriage regime that existed then in South Africa. Particularly, the women that came to us was Muslim women because of the kind of marriage regime that was there and how they get married and how they are perpetual minors in the relationship. There is no rights for a woman in that kind of marital relationships. So there is the issues that I was thinking of this morning when we were discussing it, but it actually had a very important issue in the Ukutwala was to work with the traditional leaders, because that was where the issue was happening in their jurisdictions and with their consent. So I would love to know, in terms of other areas, what is the role that traditional leaders are playing, and how do we really get to the point where tradition and culture is being handled vis-a-vis the rights of the child. That is, I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Eswatini?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And thank you for the presentation. However, on the Eswatini part, age of marriage and age of consent is clearly defined at 18. We recently passed the Sexual Offences and Domestic Violence Act of 2018, which clearly defines that child age of marriage or consent is 18. So also we have also our Minister of Justice has tabled the legal reforms bill that will align the laws, because previously our Children's Act was saying marriage for girls up to 16, but for boys up to 18. So now there was that discrepancy. So the legal reforms will align these laws so that they are clearly aligned for the country. However, the SODV Act of 2018 is the one that we are currently using, that firmly stipulates the age of marriage and consent. Thank you very much.
We have Namibia now. We have Namibia.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and of course, through the chair. I have just one concern, or rather, through a question as to how these gaps are bridged and alignment is found in terms of solutions. For example, a child that is on the street that is trading on behalf of the parents that are languishing in poverty, how is a child protected? Because at the center stage of this, we need to concentrate on the poverty aspect, what leads to the child marriage. How do we get that child off the street? Because at the time, the children often go and trade in two streets, sometimes in foreign nations. And this is as a result of the, out of this comes child labor as well. We have seen most of those that is happening in child labor in mines, and especially in war-torn areas. Then that we speak also in terms of security. Rebels that are taking children and then that are also susceptible to rape, and also boy child that also go and work as rebels, forcefully so, that also turn later into rapists through by nature, by virtue of them being rebels and also taking these little girls into child marriage. How do we gap this? How do we bridge these gaps to put them aligned? Because we have also a problem where children are supposed to be in the schools, but they are on the streets. Very, very little children, from 7 to 10 and so forth. They are selling instead of being on the streets. Sometimes we need to look at the root cause of this in order to attend to the child marriage itself. How do we get all this in alignment? Thank you so much.
Angola?
Muito obrigado. Saúdo a mesa e também parabenizar os preletores por esse tema que se reveste de grande importância para os nossos países. Eu vou começar conseguindo dizer: sem uma juventude saudável, não teremos países saudáveis. Devemos agir hoje para não reagirmos amanhã. Excelências, acompanhei atentamente as preleções e, de facto, trouxeram informações úteis que nos vão servir de base para a nossa luta comum. Acho ser muito prudente a inclusão das comunidades para a formulação das leis que venham regular esta situação que a todos preocupa. Também quero pontuar o facto de terem incluído as comunidades rurais, portanto, o direito consuetudinário, porque é nas comunidades locais onde temos mais registros dessas situações, porque para muitas comunidades isso faz parte da própria cultura. São mesmo os pais que encorajam, daí a importância do papel do poder consuetudinário. Nesta luta, não devemos olhar exclusivamente para as raparigas, porque, em alguns casos, o inverso também existe. Também deve ser desencorajado. Há rapazes também de tenra idade que fazem o mesmo que as raparigas fazem. Também não está correto. Todos os países, segundo aquilo que ouvimos aqui durante as preleções, estão engajados nesta luta, embora em velocidades diferentes, mas o mais importante aqui é não atirar a toalha ao tapete. Os casamentos precoces nem sempre duram. Conforme começam cedo, é da mesma maneira que terminam também cedo. Se queremos famílias estáveis, então temos que lutar para, de facto, estancarmos esse tipo de prática. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. We have Zimbabwe now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, our presenter. My follow-up question to my other colleague is how are we going to help each other in the region? Because it's like some countries have got the age of 18, others 16. But my worry is this is also affecting our health delivery. You know, some of the girls, they die while giving birth, which is also going to affect our health shocks. At the end, our health budgets are not even enough, even the minimum of that of the declaration of 15%. And is it not even better for us maybe to try by all means to go to the issue of like that one of 18 years, because taking into Zimbabwe's context, we have even gone further to say even if a mother or a grandmother agrees to the early child marriage, it's even a crime. You can even go to prison for facilitating, which I feel it will also help at the moment, because you are a mother and you are facilitating your child to be married at the age of 14, 15, 16. So how best can we help our region so that at least we go to that kind of policies to say at least 18. Yes, because of social media, the girls are also into these sexual activities, but at least if we have a bit of some laws which also help even as parents to say you can't facilitate. If you facilitate, you go to prison. Maybe it will help us, because at the end, surely we are losing our children while giving birth. I thank you.
Can we have Angola again? Thank you. Angola.
Muito obrigada. E eu quero também felicitar a preleção, as preleções, sobretudo aquela em que nos foram apresentados alguns dados estatísticos que eu considero muito importantes. E considero também muito importante nós estarmos a cuidar da lei modelo sobre o casamento infantil. Mas me parece que há um outro flagelo nas nossas sociedades, que é a questão dos adultos ou crianças, ou também crianças, adolescentes, que engravidam as menores e elas se veem abandonadas praticamente depois de engravidarem. São poucos os casos onde o macho assume, né? E nem sempre os pais recorrem à justiça para que essas questões sejam de facto acauteladas. Então, me parece que mais do que nós estarmos a ver o casamento prematuro, que como é um casamento até conhecido, se pode conhecer, e estamos de acordo de facto que ele seja proibido para menores de 18 anos, há um outro flagelo que está a surgir, que é da gravidez precoce em crianças, e que pelo menos em Angola, em quase todo o país, nós sentimos isso, sobretudo quando naquelas comunidades onde há muitos estrangeiros a trabalharem, normalmente quem engravida não tem rosto e a criança vê-se desesperada com a gravidez e depois com o nascimento da criança e sem possibilidades de emprego, a forma mais fácil que ela arranja para prover alimentos para ela e para a criança é a prostituição. E aí, então, o nosso problema ainda se agrava mais. Me parece que, de facto, esse é um problema que nós devemos olhar com bastante atenção. Muito obrigada.
Thank you. Can we have DRC?
Merci pour la parole. Oui, je voulais ajouter que, par exemple, en République démocratique du Congo, effectivement, quand les cas sont connus, qu'en dessous de 18 ans, des mariages précoces se font, en tout cas, c'est lourdement punissable. Mais la plupart du temps, le cas n'est pas connu. Et il faut voir au niveau des villages, la loi ne suit pas. Donc, je crois qu'il faudrait quand même voir qu'il y a un décalage entre les lois. Et au niveau des villes, ces lois jouent, mais au niveau des villages, il y a un décalage. Donc, on voit beaucoup de cas, justement, à cause de la pauvreté, où il y a des mariages précoces et des grossesses précoces aussi. Beaucoup de grossesses, on voit des jeunes filles de 12 ans, 11 ans, 12 ans, 13 ans avec des bébés. Et c'est vraiment un problème. Et donc, il faut un travail de sensibilisation, de divulgation de cette loi pour permettre justement au village d'évoluer aussi de la même façon que la ville. Merci. Je vais ajouter un cas. On a eu un cas où c'était dans une ville, quand même, la ville de Goma, où un pasteur a épousé une jeune fille de 12-13 ans, hein, 13 ans. Ça a été connu et... Ah oui, voilà. Donc, en plus, avec l'aide des parents qui ont falsifié l'acte de naissance, ça s'est connu, ça a été connu et ça a été lourdement punissable. D'ailleurs, le pasteur est encore en prison jusque maintenant. Donc, quand c'est connu, c'est bon, mais la plupart du temps, au niveau des villages, quand c'est à l'intérieur des villages, en tout cas, c'est difficile. Et même si nous sommes là pour sensibiliser, parfois, on peut avoir des réactions négatives, on peut avoir des réactions de violence, parce que c'est pas dans leur coutume, et puis il y a l'argent qui joue aussi. Hein, quand l'enfant est épousé coutumièrement, il y a l'argent qui a été payé, et en tout cas, la famille et l'entourage utilisent beaucoup de violence vis-à-vis des sensibilisations. Merci.
Thank you very much. Honorable members will not just restrict the answers to the presenters. Maybe once the presenters are done, it's also important that we as members of parliament, because I'm sure a number of us have got progressive legislation from our different parliaments, we can also just share we can also just share what is going on in our parliaments back home. I think it's important that we also learn from each other what is actually pertaining in our parliaments. So I'll now hand over to Divya, and I'm sure Sally will also come in where she needs to come in. So over to you now.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and to all the honorable members of Parliament for your deep interest in this topic and all the insightful questions. I think at the outset, the next presentation, which is going to be by Bevis from Plan International, I hope will also address a lot of the issues which have been raised, because I understand for now this presentation focused specifically on the minimum age of marriage, but we do need to look at the whole comprehensive situation and the root causes which are fueling child and forced marriage and how we address those. And the SADC model law was really developed to take into account this entire situation, and we hope to go into it in much more detail in the rest of the session and in the following presentations. In terms of the customary traditions like ukutwala and forced marriage and marriage by abduction, I think we entirely agree that it's a very critical issue that needs to be looked at, and it's happening in a number of countries. I think the practice is just called by a different name in different countries, like in Ethiopia. Actually, we're also working on a similar issue in Central Asia, in Kyrgyzstan and Georgia, where they really have similar practices in terms of marriage by abduction. There's a very good judgment on this by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which was passed in 2016 in the case of Ethiopian Women's Lawyers Association versus Government of Ethiopia, which looked at this case of forced marriage by abduction and issued a number of guidelines, not just for what the law needs to say, but how it has to be implemented, and the kind of awareness and capacity building for justice system actors and traditional leaders in terms of measures which are needed to address forced marriage. In terms of addressing the root causes of child marriage, particularly poverty, again, completely agree about how important it is. In fact, UNICEF found that in the last 25 years across Africa, almost all of the progress that has been made in terms of reducing the prevalence of child marriage has been for the richest girls. And when it comes to the poorer communities, there actually hasn't been progress. And in some cases, the rates of child marriage have increased. So I think that's definitely something we need to look at in terms of our approach to make sure that, we're not just helping rich girls, but the progress is being felt across the community. And we're really pleased to hear about the legal reform processes which are ongoing in various countries, including Eswatini, and particularly the move to harmonize all the laws, because I think, as mentioned in the presentation, that sometimes, if a new law on child protection or sexual offenses comes into place, it's the need to amend also the Marriages Act and the Children's Code and existing laws to make sure that, the age is harmonized throughout. Maybe I can pass on to Sally.
Thank you, Divya. Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I would like to pay attention and bring the excitement to share as well with you that the joys is that we have traditional leaders as also part of parliament structures. So that has been a development that brings in an opportunity to bridge between culture and the human rights standard and obligations for member states. And then special mention also goes to Honorable Chief Teresa Kachindamoto of Malawi. Again, may her soul, rest in peace and power. And may we be united each and every day with the hard work that she has done. So she's a traditional leader, because I don't want to speak her in the past because her spirit lives on. So she rescued over 3,500 children who had been married in Malawi. So she raised awareness. She went to rescue missions. She would facilitate for them to go back to school. And then SADC Parliamentary Forum, in partnership with national parliaments, are going to be rolling out a series of public lecture series, which are going to combine community outreach, university engagements, learning institutions, in-school engagements, media awareness, then elevated with national speakers of parliament and parliamentarians. It's going to be piloted in 4 countries. So there's a lecture series that is going to happen in Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Malawi. And then in Zambia, we have also seen some chiefdoms like Gogoma Zimawe, who has also, through their chiefdom, started aligning their bylaws with the SADC model law. And they have refused to even preside over any marriage of a child. So we have seen traditional leaders championing birth registration. so that the age of the child can be proven that this is a minor. We have seen them reinterpreting the traditions and cultural practices. So SADC Parliamentary Forum and Equality Now are also going to get into a deep dive to look into the whole comprehensive cultural practices that are within the region in partnership with national parliaments and traditional leaders, so that we can have a compendium of what exactly are we sitting at, what are some of the things that are emerging, and how do we address them. So lastly, there's the African Union campaign to end child marriage, and continentally there's a council of traditional leaders in Africa. So they gather regionally at Southern Africa level. They also gather continentally, where they are now beginning to bridge the gap between culture, traditions, and work, and bringing in the faith leaders as well, and playing their oversight. Thank you.
Thank you very much from our presenters once again. Thank you for your input and for ably responding to all the interventions. We really appreciate that. For your recall, honorable members, the objective of the SADC model law is to create a legislative yardstick based on agreed upon concepts derived from regional, continental, and international human rights instruments which the member states of SADC have already committed themselves to. It is therefore an advocacy that legislators in the member states can use to revise, reform, and improve their domestic laws and policies. The model law was designed in such a way that makes it easy for legislative drafters and policymakers to extract relevant provisions and include into our domestic laws and policies in accordance with our own statute format. Honorable members, the 58th plenary assembly, 58th plenary assembly will benefit from the data presented and recommendations made to ensure that we do harmonize our laws and progressively domesticate the model law. So as we will be going for our plenary, which I think is end of November to about early December. So to our dear presenters, thank you once again. Thank you. Okay, that's good. So our next presenter, can we just do the last presenter? Okay. So we'll now look at the overview of the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage, including the role of parliamentarians by Bevis Capasso from Plan International. So I call upon Bevis. Honorable members, this one is a little bit intense, engaging. So would you like us to take a break at this point for a few minutes, or would you like us to proceed? I can hear, let's go. I can see the hands. Please. Excellent. So you may proceed. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members, distinguished guests. I'll just say all protocols observed. It's my great honor to be speaking to you today. As introduced, my name is Bevis Capasso, and I'm the Regional Monitoring and Evaluation Specialist for Plan International. And I'm just following through with the previous speaker, just to provide some further light on the SADC model law. And my job is made quite easy today because this particular document was developed nearly 10 years ago. And it sits right at our website for the SADC PF. You can see the link there in case you've never seen this document. This is a document that exactly stipulates what the SADC model law on ending child or eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage. And so the objective of my conversation with you this morning is to just elaborate clearly what is actually in the model law and what is the role of parliamentarians. I'll obviously provoke some thought because I'm a numbers person, so you will see a few numbers coming through also on the screen. So to start with, as my colleague already had stated, the situation in 2016 when this particular model law was being developed was such as what you are seeing right now on the screen here. You would see countries such as Malawi hitting highs of 41%, and you would see countries like Mozambique hitting highs of 48% in terms of prevalence of children. Nearly half of the children were married before they were 18 in countries like Mozambique. That's what that statistic meant. And so it wasn't, the picture wasn't looking any good. And I hope to end this presentation by showing you what the picture may be looking like right now. And let me also preempt that tomorrow we have a session that is going to further empower you on how you can actually be observing these trends in your own countries and maximize this information for informing decision making. All right. So in terms of what the model law's objectives are, particularly the model law sets out to trigger policy reforms and development or revision of substantive laws in member states. You will notice that, for example, the legal age of marriage was one of those laws that have been promoted across the region. And we have seen some good progress in there. So this was the expectation of the model law. It was also expected that we would shift the focus from national requirements to regional dimension based on best practices that we are observing across the region. So that the problem does not just become a problem for Mozambique, it's not just a problem for Zambia, but it was cognizant that the problem was a regional problem and we needed to solve it with a regional lens and converging ideas, principles, and concepts in order for us to arrive at consensus and solutions. Furthermore, the model law intends to align with international human rights instruments already committed to by member states, enabling compliance with these international obligations. And also it sets in motion efforts that had already begun. So it was very cognizant that at national level, there were efforts that had begun, but then these efforts were being now concretized based on research and establishing regional standards that could be approved by members. So having a standard of who is a child and when should a child be allowed to enter into certain activities of growth and development, and when do they become an adult to be allowed to get married? Such simple, basic human concepts that needed just to be agreed upon. And furthermore, the model law set out to be a dynamic tool that would make it easy to transpose or adapt its content without much effort. So really looking at already existing laws, already existing legislature, and how this could be either adapted, modified to arise to the model law itself. So in terms of the contents of the model law, when you pick up the document, and as I say, the aim of this session is to ensure that you are fully equipped with understanding the model law. When you read it, when you interact with it, you can easily navigate through. So the model law has got 7 main parts. The first 2 parts are just preliminary provisions. and concepts relating to who a child is, policies and measures and interventions. And then it has got three very distinct sections. One that is related to prevention, so prohibition of child marriages. And then it's also got a section that looks at prevention, protection, and mitigation of the effects of child marriages. So the model law is not just interested in preventing the child from getting married, but it's also interested in protecting those children that may already be in marriages or those that survive marriages that as you heard from the testimony of the traditional leaders that are retrieving children from marriages, what happens to those children when they come out of those marriages? So that's what the model law also stipulates. So it's more than just a set of examples of laws, but it also explains examples of programming and interventions that could be then implemented at country level, at state level, to be able to completely eradicate this problem of child marriage. And then the last two parts in the model law, the last two parts are focused on information and public awareness and accountability, as well as general provisions that are focused on offenses and enforcement. So that's really the framework of the model law, quite a comprehensive document. Now, in summary, this is how it is structured, and you will see how that if you quickly comprehend this, it provides you a very good foundation to understand how we have also developed the monitoring framework for the model law. So it really sits on four main pillars. So there's a pillar of prevention. So we're trying to prevent children from being married until they become adults. We are protecting children, both those in marriages and those that have have been rescued from marriages, survivors, and those children that are not yet married but are at risk of being married. So there's protection, and there's legal frameworks. This is where we're looking at all the legal frameworks, the statutory instruments in your states, and how they can be either changed or modified in order for them to be aligned with the model law. For example, the age of marriage that we've been discussing here. And then monitoring and accountability, which is looking at how do we then monitor the implementation and the effectiveness of all these programs. And you will see very soon in my presentation that just changing the legal age of marriage is a good step forward, but does not mean that we've solved the whole problem. You will see very soon that some countries have actually changed the legal age of marriage, but the statistics are not changing. And so we have to ask ourselves, what does that mean? And so the problem is more nuanced than just laws and changing the legal frameworks in our member states. I put a very nice picture there of one of the instruments that was developed in collaboration with UNFPA, Girls Not Brides, SADC PF, and a couple of partners. It's called A Guide to Using the SADC Model Law on Eradicating Child Marriage. It's a fully launched resource pack. I would highly recommend you look it up, and it will help you as parliamentarians to be able to find easy ways in which you can use to lobby or to push for legislation within your parliaments. All right, so in terms of the specific contents of the model law, just to give you snippets. So under legal framework, some of the things that are there are contents such as prohibiting child marriage, setting the minimum age of marriage to 18, make existing child marriages voidable, provide for custody, maintenance, and property division in prohibited or dissolved marriages, establish enforcement and provisions and penalties for violations, provide legal aid and accessible legal services to victims. So these are some of the provisions and very well articulated within the model law. You will also see under protection and under prevention, we've got programs that are being suggested around developing policies, measures, and interventions to prevent child marriages. So for example, the model law does advocate that you should have a national plan of action that is focused on ending child marriage in your country. So as part of your planning mechanisms, budget allocations, create programs and incentives to delay marriages until adulthood, for children, establish mechanisms for care and protection of children in need, provide places of safety, foster homes and support services for victims. I think there was a question around what happens to children that are homeless. So the model law does provide some guidance on such areas. Ensure access to health, education, and social protection for children in marriages. Train officials and stakeholders on child marriages, eradication, and protection. So capacity building programs are also proposed. So it's quite a comprehensive document. The last section here, which is an area that to the largest extent was missing in terms of having a comprehensive results framework. However, the narrative in what the intention was around monitoring, accountability, and evaluation is there in the model law. So around monitoring and evaluating implementations of laws and interventions. Promote public awareness on children's rights and consequences of child marriages, establish an adult and child marriage fund. So these are areas that would ensure accountability. So other than committing to delivering on the model law itself, but there must be accountability mechanisms. And require reporting to legislative bodies. So ensuring that your member states or all our member states have mechanisms for tracking and monitoring child marriages and all other indicators that are necessary for us to be able to assess whether we're making progress. As I conclude, I would like to just show you a snippet, and as I've promised, tomorrow when we come together with the M&E Technical Working Group, we will give you furthermore statistics. But today I picked on one very important one, which is just looking at the prevalence of child marriage within our region and looking at our target for 2030 of 0 cases, basically. And you will notice that the average prevalence as at 2016, when this document was being developed, was around 40%. As we speak now at 2025, it is estimated around 35%. And so we've only made about 5% reduction in terms of progress. I wish I could say, let us clap. It's not worth clapping because, first of all, there is no way in the next 5 years that we're going to reduce what we've not reduced over the last 10 years. So it's impossible for us to reach the SDG target at this current rate, right? So it's very important that we put this into perspective. I was listening to one commentary. They were saying that globally, at the rate at which we are moving, it might take us 300 years to eliminate child marriages. So that's very depressing. With those statistics in mind, here are a few things that we've noted. So indeed, laws are changing, but implementation frameworks remain weak and fragmented, undermining the effectiveness of legislative programs.
Point of order, we are not able to see those red.
Oh, apologies. I can change that just right away. Apologies. Okay, no problem. Not only will I read it, but I've also changed it for you. Thank you so much for noting. I put it in red because I wanted you to feel the red and realize that it's dangerous. It's red. All right. So yeah, so that's what the statistics are reading. The SDG projects, there's been a 5% reduction across the SADC region. However, the rate remains very, very high. And my conclusion there is that we will not meet the SDG target at this rate, sadly. All right. In terms of what progress we are seeing that laws are changing, but implementation remains very weak and very fragmented. We are also seeing that customary systems continue to dominate, especially in rural areas where the majority of our population resides. And as you heard from my previous speaker, that even this 5% change we are noticing is mostly happening in urban areas and not in our rural settings where majority of our population, especially in SADC, resides. So rendering statutory protections largely ineffective and perpetuating harmful practices against our children. Protection mechanisms for children escaping child marriages are also grossly inadequate, forcing many to return to the very perpetrators when they are rescued from them. Right. We're also seeing that children who are retrieved from these marriages, especially those with offspring, are left with extremely limited options, exposing them to cycles of vulnerability and poverty. So when we retrieve them and they come out of that marriage with a child, what support mechanisms are we putting in place to ensure that the child is able to support the child that they are carrying, or the many children in some cases? So resource allocation in terms of addressing child marriages are also insufficient, and they are failing to respond to the complexity and the realities of children in marriages, survivors, and those at risk, particularly in ensuring economic empowerment and economic security. And then I would also like to bring to your attention that partial domestication of international and regional commitments, such as even the model laws that we commit to, is also really to the greatest extent leading us to failing to enforce or to even remain consistently on track in delivering on the change that we want to see. What therefore could be your role as parliamentarians? These are just a few suggestions, and we hope that as the session unfolds, you can also locate yourselves and further suggest. But it's obvious that it's expected that you should be initiating legislative changes to eradicate child marriages in your countries. Collaborate with the executive to enact national laws, particularly those related to eradicating child marriages and protecting children who are already in marriages. Adopt and adapt the model law. That would be fantastic. Already you are in progress in doing that in certain areas. Ensure harmonization, providing oversight of implementation, allocating resources in these key areas, and ensuring that there are mechanisms, reporting and monitoring mechanisms within the member states to be able to track what is going on in the area of child marriages and be able to then inform decision making. I wish to end my presentation by just giving you this mouthful write-up I put up, and probably could steer a conversation among us. So I'm going to read, and I quote: "We note with concern that despite the statutory provision setting the minimum age of marriage at 18, or despite setting the minimum age of marriage at 18, children in rural areas continue to be subjected to customary practices that disregard these legal standards. The coexistence of civil and statutory and customary laws create a duality that undermines enforcement and perpetuates harmful practices, leaving children, especially girls in rural areas, vulnerable to early marriages." So the question therefore is, how can we address the conflict between customary and civil laws in protecting children from marriages? Thank you very much.
Any questions? Any clarity? I can see South Africa there. I can see
South Africa twice,
South Africa twice.
yeah. And then we have Angola,
And we have Angola.
then we have DRC, and then we have Eswatini. Then we have
We've seen Angola, we've seen Eswatini,
Mauritius.
then we've seen Mauritius, Botswana. South Africa, we've got two.
Let me cross-check, this cross-check. South Africa, Angola, DRC, Eswatini, Mauritius, and Botswana.
Okay, just in case we have left out someone here. South Africa, we've got two. Then we got Angola, DRC, Eswatini, Namibia, and Botswana.
Mauritius.
Oh, sorry, Mauritius.
Okay, Lesotho.
Lesotho. Okay, Lesotho, just one? Okay. All right. The questions. Okay, so we'll start with South Africa.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all the colleagues. No, thank you to our presenter. I just wanted to check, and I like the fact that you have presented numbers and you've given us the statistics from 2016 versus 2025, and that we have 5% reduction. One thing that screams loud out of this presentation is that we have, after many countries, 7 to be correct, that have complied, and then we have the others that are yet to comply, but the reduction is not going anywhere. What I'm seeing is that there is malicious compliance. And that malicious compliance seeks to tell us that there is a model law, we acknowledge it, but there's nothing that is done about it. So I want to check from your research perspective, what are the common denominators when you go to these countries? And if you can further give us statistics in terms of the reduction per country, but what are the common denominators in terms of the law? If, for instance, a country that has ratified and have changed the age to 18, but you still see an increase or rather no change in terms of the numbers of children that are married off. When you dig deeper, what do you see in terms of action? Are those people, because this now, if you marry a child less than 18, that is criminal. So those people should be criminalized. What do you pick up? Do you pick up these criminal elements? Do you pick up that people are sent to jail? Do you pick up that there is any action taken in the countries where the numbers are not changing? Because the 5% from 2016 to now is quite concerning. Because then it means even those, including South Africa, that have not changed the law, they are equal in terms of action as those that have changed the law. I just want to check, what are these elements, what are the contributing factors into this malicious compliance, and what becomes the action of people who still continue doing this thing? The second thing is also, how do you measure or rather supervise the action or improvement in protecting the children that are already in marriage? What are the detecting measures that you are using in order to see that those that are already in marriage are protected? And how do we measure that? Thank you.
South Africa again.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, colleagues. I just want to play devil's advocate here. You know, there's a difference between being forced to comply and being convinced to comply. Because I think the question that we need to ask ourselves is, why do people believe that it's the right thing to marry a child? Now, I think that's where the conversations need to start, because we assume that it's wrong, and we tell them that it's wrong, and we will tell them to change. In fact, they see it as being forced to change, but are they convinced that it's a wrong thing to do? Now, I'll make a classic example of myself. My great-grandfather had 48 wives. And my grandfather had 3, my father had 8. So, So I grew up in an environment where it's not manly to have one woman. You know, so when you come to me and say to me it's wrong to have more than one woman, I mean, no, I'm talking about women, because it's not just about wives. Before you even have a wife, you start by jollying. I mean, having one girlfriend is if you grow up in that environment, I mean, you're not man enough. You just see yourself as not being man enough. And it's a reality of the society that we are coming from and how we are socialized. And these conversations must start there, colleagues. Because one, we need to understand why people are doing this, because I can sit here and see it as something wrong. And of course, I mean, common sense will tell you that it's wrong. But those who are doing it, it's the way of life for them. It's common. They comply to their religious and cultural beliefs. And therefore, I think deeper conversations in our respective countries and constituencies must start by really having a conversation, not a condescending conversation where we think we are right and they are wrong, and want to tell them that they are wrong and want to force them to change because we believe they are wrong. Otherwise, people will comply, but the behavior will not change. So I'm not surprised to see these statistics. And the last thing I want to say is just to also to understand, and how do we deal with this problem where a minor impregnates a minor and then they are forced to get married? And how does the model law addresses that challenge? Thank you.
Angola, thank you. Angola.
Obrigada a nossa moderadora, cumprimento a nossa vice-presidenta, a secretária-geral e os ilustres deputados. E eu gostaria de começar a minha intervenção dizendo que se nós queremos ter um futuro mais justo, mais inclusivo e mais humano, o momento de nós agirmos é agora. O futuro dos nossos países depende do nosso compromisso com a proteção e o desenvolvimento da criança. Não é em vão que muitos países, pelo menos em Angola, temos os 11 compromissos para defender a criança e temos um slogan que diz: dar à criança tudo o que ela merece. E o que a criança merece é um casamento na infância? Eu penso que não é isso. Por isso eu quero saudar mais uma vez o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC por incluir na sua agenda esta forte reflexão sobre vários ângulos e várias dimensões sobre esta lei modelo do casamento infantil, que eu considero uma violação profunda dos direitos humanos. E nós, enquanto parlamentares, temos também alguma responsabilidade no sentido de formularmos leis alinhadas com compromissos regionais e internacionais, com vista a promover mudanças concretas e sustentáveis. No caso concreto de Angola, a idade núbil para o casamento são 18 anos e há algumas exceções, os 16 anos para homens e 15 para as meninas, sempre e quando os pais autorizam, ouvido o conselho da família e, em muitos casos, até o tribunal. Enquanto parlamentares, eu dizia que nós temos muita responsabilidade sobre isso. E consciente desta responsabilidade que nós temos, a Presidente da Assembleia Nacional de Angola engajou-se pessoalmente numa campanha para prevenir os casamentos precoces, no sentido de nós sensibilizarmos a comunidade, sensibilizarmos as famílias de que devemos cuidar das crianças. E cuidar das crianças não é interromper a sua infância e levá-la a casar precocemente. Que isto tem outras implicações, tem implicações na sua educação, na sua saúde. Por isso eu dizia que é uma violação profunda dos direitos humanos. E quero saudar esta discussão que nós estamos a ter aqui. Temos que ir, de facto, para as causas que levam a isso. E eu não queria ser tão pessimista, apesar do nosso preletor ter dito que esta questão poderá ser resolvida só daqui a 300 anos. Eu acho que devemos continuar a trabalhar, devemos continuar a sensibilizar as comunidades, devemos ser otimistas e defendermos as crianças no nosso continente. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Can we have Angola again?
Muito obrigado pela cedência da palavra. Eu também gostava de fazer alguns comentários, algumas sugestões em relação ao que foi aqui apresentado. Saúdo de igual forma as preleições que foram aqui apresentadas e dizer que nós ouvimos que nos nossos países, e sabemos que nos nossos países nós temos vários tipos de práticas culturais que muitas vezes nos envolvem a essa forma de induzir, vou usar a expressão induzir as crianças ao casamento infantil. Mas nós precisamos continuar a sensibilizar a população, principalmente trabalhando com os pais, com os líderes tradicionais, que muitas vezes condicionam mesmo o casamento dessas adolescentes. E nós falamos isso por uma questão de que, enquanto parlamentares, temos ido ao encontro das comunidades, onde nós encontramos o maior número de crianças que são envolvidas ao casamento infantil. Portanto, a minha palavra aqui é de incentivar que as nossas práticas de comunicação e interação com os líderes tradicionais é preciso que nos empenhemos, ou nos empenhamos todos nós, sem termos receio de que poderemos ser, portanto, vistos como pessoas que muitas vezes se diz que não cumprimos a cultura. Precisamos mostrar que se algum tipo de cultura precisa ser repensado, porque nós não podemos ficar sempre na mesmice, né? Ficamos na mesmice e não avançamos. Precisamos interagir com os líderes tradicionais, mostrando que o bom para a criança não é o casamento. O bom para a criança é a educação, que ela se forme, porque quando se casa numa tenra idade, a criança tem depois consequências que podem atrofiar até o próprio desenvolvimento dela. E o que temos estado a apreciar também é ver crianças nascendo crianças. A pergunta que se faz, que futuro que essa criança que nasceu outra criança terá? Eu penso que o nosso diálogo, o nosso contato com os líderes tradicionais tem que ser um pouco por aí. Pensar qual é a perspectiva que se tem para essas crianças que se casam precocemente. Eu termino por aqui e agradeço. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Can we have DRC?
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Je commencerai par remercier et féliciter l'intervenant de tout à l'heure pour la clarté de son exposé. Et je l'ai suivi attentivement et je note que pendant son exposé, il a relevé le fait que les résultats atteints à ces jours sont très minces par rapport aux objectifs poursuivis, qui est notamment ceux d'atteindre à 2030 le taux de 0% de mariage de mineurs, de filles mineures. Alors, on est en 2025, la réduction est seulement de 5%. Donc, nous sommes convaincus qu'en 2030, nous ne saurons pas atteindre cet objectif-là. Alors, je me suis interrogé sur la raison pour laquelle on est vraiment en retard par rapport aux objectifs à atteindre, qui sont ceux de 0% de mariage pour d'enfants. Et je note aussi que il y a une faiblesse dans la politique préventive mise en place. Et je crois que c'est une politique qui a montré ses limites. Parce que comment, après toutes ces années, depuis que la loi type a été votée, on a atteint seulement 5%. 5% de réduction. Moi, je crois qu'il faille renforcer davantage les mesures préventives contre le mariage précoce des enfants. Mais je crois que cela ne suffit pas. Il faudrait aussi accélérer les mesures dissuasives. Je me suis même posé la question s'il ne faudrait pas aller dans le sens d'avoir un droit, je ne sais pas si c'est possible, un droit pénal, envisager des sanctions contre les parents qui donnera en mariage leurs filles mineures et même les hommes là qui épouseraient des filles mineures. Alors, la question que je voulais poser, c'est celle de savoir, est-ce que la loi type à la matière prévoit des sanctions contre les parents qui donneraient en mariage leur fille ou encore contre les hommes qui épouseraient des filles mineures? Est-ce qu'il y a des sanctions? Ou bien quel est le mécanisme qui est mis en place lorsqu'il est constaté ces cas de mariage-là? Parce que là, on est au-delà de la prévention. Si l'on constate qu'un enfant, une fille mineure est déjà dans le mariage, elle est déjà dans le mariage, alors qu'est-ce qui est prévu? Est-ce qu'il y a des sanctions? Parce que c'est cette façon de dissuader, par exemple, les parents et les hommes qui s'évertuent à épouser des filles mineures. C'est quoi? C'est de prévoir des sanctions, de prévoir des sanctions pénales. Parce que quand on sait qu'il y a une épée de Damoclès sur sa tête, on éviterait, par exemple, de poser ce genre d'actes. Parce que si on s'est dit, bon voilà, on épouse, si on est un homme, bon voilà, on épouse une fille mineure et qu'on sait que par après, bon voilà, il n'y aura pas de sanctions pénales. Donc, cela ne joue pas la dissuasion contre les hommes là qui aimeraient emboîter les pas à ceux-là qui s'évertuent à épouser les jeunes filles mineures. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Can we have Eswatini?
Comme anglo-saxon, ouais, c'est compliqué.
Thank you very much, moderator. I ride on the protocol already observed and established. Actually, the previous speakers, in particular, the speaker from the presenter, or shall I say the speaker from Zimbabwe, that's where and seemingly is everybody's concern is. The picture of where we are after a decade is no doubt distressing. And I was just wondering, where are we missing it? What can be done? It's never late, we cannot be pessimistic all the time. We are generally agreed and we're in consensus that the welfare and protection of children has and should be prioritized. Without children, we have no future in our various jurisdictions. Particularly worrying and very worrisome is that we are not doing so, we're not doing well, we're doing badly to achieve the SG threshold on this matter. That doesn't augur well with us. So I'm just wondering, from the research of the presenter, whether he found any gray areas that need to be addressed specifically. Maybe it's not enough just to talk about prevention. Yes, prevention obviously better than cure, but what more can we do if we sensitize, conscientize our communities about the ills of such practices? And for instance, in our case, in Eswatini, we have even established consultative mechanisms with the traditional authorities. You cannot dare do a thing that is against the spirit that we are talking about here. Everyone is a policeman, if I may put it that way. Now, one wonders, where are we missing it and what can we do? Perhaps the presenter could help, maybe point out areas. It's a pity that here we're not talking country by country. No, I don't think that will be helpful. But for instance, we would want to know as Eswatini where we could do better than we are doing right now. Like the previous Eswatini speaker pointed out, we have laws that protect the children. Yes, there may be need to harmonize it with other laws internally, domestically. But at the end of the day, we are doing all we can. So where are the big gray areas? And what can we do? Maybe that is my concern and question, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have Mauritius next?
Thank you, SG moderator, presenter, partner organizations, and dear colleagues. Let me first give a remark and follow with my questions. I gather that our mission is the harmonization of laws on the minimum age of marriage. And I quite understand that marriage as we understand it now, covers only civil marriage, not covering religious marriages with or without civil effect, and unions based on customary laws and other cultural practices. And in today's world, we feel preoccupied that a child, specifically a minor child, may not be able to take responsibility as a wife, as a husband, and even less as a mother or father, itself being still a child. Then how do we strike the right balance? Childhood is and can only be lived and enjoyed once. Have we considered, or can we now consider, revising the definition of child marriage? As elected members of parliament, as trusted parliamentarians, entrusted with the obligation of protecting the interests of our people, protecting the rights and welfare of our children, I think we can initiate conversations and commit to influence the legislative process regionally, in the first instance, in order to prevent and regulate informal unions involving children, which are at present difficult to regulate. We must absolutely safeguard the interest of our children at all costs, since we seek justice for all. The future depends on it, and if we have to act now and do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have Botswana?
Thank you. You know, when the presentations started, I initially thought Botswana is fully compliant because I had a clear recollection when we debated amendments to the Marriage Act. When the issue of exceptions were pointed out, I quickly checked and confirmed that we have exceptions with regard to cultural and religious marriages, which is set at 14. Gave me a bit of an uncomfortable feeling. Part of it, I have a 14-year-old daughter as it stands, and I can't imagine her getting married, not even for millions of dollars. And the contradiction is this. The biggest source for child marriages in Botswana comes from those two sectors, religious and cultural, meaning that even when we amended the Marriage Act to set to the age at 18 and made those exceptions, it means we achieved nothing, at least at the level of the law. Unless if we plug those two holes, nothing moves. And then I think it is in areas like this that as SADC MPs, I think on an annual basis in these 5 years, at least performing our minimum duty of legislation, it's something we can achieve if we collectively encourage and monitor help each other along to say, how far are you with compliance? And I think it's something that can be done to at least move to that stage. But, you know, as my South African friend pointed out, amending the law is one thing. We now need to deal with the issue, in my view, of public education. In 2019 general elections in Botswana, I had a council candidate, very competent, literate chap with a tertiary qualification, but steeped in cultural practices. And I remember having a conversation with him, and he asked me to say, so you mean you've married someone you did not grow up with or your parents did not assign to you? he found it shocking. I find it normal. And he did tell me that there's a young girl who has been designated as his future wife. And fortunately, they married exactly at about 18, but it could have been earlier. So he sees nothing wrong with it. I find it objectionable. So it's not going to work if I try to tell him that, look, we are passing a law, or any people with the same values, we are passing a law, and we'll simply send you to jail, because we'll congest the prisons. It's going to take a lot of public education. And one of the areas that we need to look at is the cultural leaders, to persuade them first as well, to come on board, to understand why we need to eliminate child marriages. And I wish here the NGOs within the region would be able to or willing to assist countries that are where we are willing to start the process of amending the laws. But persuading the public, sometimes it takes more than a politician to point it out, because I may be viewed differently by other cultural groups. Not even that I'm a politician, but because I also come from a cultural group that maybe doesn't practice that and don't want to appear to be imposing my culture on a different group. So for us, we will move. I'm sure Botswana will work towards amending the laws, but we will count on your support on public education. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Yeah, after listening to the deliberations from honorable members, really there are some of the key things that I've been picking, and I would really want to limit my comments on two issues that were mentioned by honorable member from Botswana, honorable member from DRC, because I believe they interlink quite well with what I really want to put out here. The honorable member from Botswana says, I have a 14-year-old daughter that I cannot imagine her getting married, even if I was to be offered millions of dollars. And he's speaking that from the point of view of a father who is very, very protective of a child. Honorable member from DRC spoke about the penalties that we can put in place for parents who marry away their children. Because we look at some of the customary practices that actually our children get married away by their parents. But those two statements, they have something common within them. The bride price, lobola, some call it dowry, something like that. I want to speak about one customary practice and one modern practice that holds one of the harmful beliefs that actually continue to perpetuate the issue of child marriage and the issue of gender-based violence. Honorable members, if we are to eliminate child marriage, gender-based violence, and the inequality that robs girls of their future, we must confront some of these practices, even if in the survey's value, they may seem to be benefiting women. That, oh, my bride price was this much. Are you really thinking deeper in terms of what that bride price says to somebody else? Yeah, you may feel like it's an appreciation from your newly to be spouse, but what message is it passing to him? What message is it passing to the entire society and community? What message is it passing to your parents
who one day would have to safeguard you when your marriage is becoming abusive. They have already taken payment for you. You don't call it payment, but it is. Marriage needs to stop being transactional. It has to be partnership. And how do we get there? Because the whole notion that a man feels they have paid a bride price, unfortunately, it creates a sense of entitlement. It creates a sense that he has the rights over the woman, over her decisions, and over her future. And in many cases where we have observed gender-based violence, the reasons are always a man feeling entitled to control the behavior of a woman, or feeling entitled to something, some form of superiority over her. Honorable members, we need to get to a point where we confront any issue that turns our baby girls into commodities. A woman is not a commodity. But once we put a price on her, she becomes a commodity. If she's a commodity, somebody can buy her. If she can be bought, she can be owned. And these are truths that we need to confront, honorable members. Yes, it looks good on your wedding day. It feels beautiful. But are you thinking about what message that passes to the society? Tomorrow, when your husband suddenly becomes abusive, your parents feel they can't take you out of that marriage because they benefited from your marriage. A bride price was paid. Similarly with you, you feel indebted. I have to stay to pay the price. When you have to walk out of the abusive marriage, it becomes very difficult for you. So today, honorable members, I really want to say this. Can we start having a movement by women to stop the bride price? When we speak it as men, they say you're broke. You can't afford it. I'm being honest. When it's a man who says that, they say it's because you're broke, you can't afford it. But we are turning a blind eye on the implications of that transaction, whereas every time something goes wrong, we know that there is some form of entitlement that a man feels over a woman. The second thing I want to talk about, this one is a modern practice, honorable members. Our young girls call it indoor damast. Our young girls call it indoor damast. If you have seen, honorable members, over the past day or 2 days, there has been a story that has been circulating on the social media here in South Africa of 2 young girls who have been shot dead in the night coming from a club. I have not validated the truth of the story, but I have seen a story circulating around that 2 young girls have been shot dead, apparently because, you can guess, if they were from a bar, somebody paid for their drinks worth around 10,000 rands. They found a way to disappear on him, and he was able to catch them, and he shot them. So what does that mean? These are things that we are normalizing, that a man needs to pay to get a woman. Unfortunately, what he needs to get from a woman is not what that woman is willing to give. That happens the same way with a bride price. He pays a bride price, his expectation is to get something, and that something is not necessarily what that woman is ready to give away. So we really need to confront
Order,
these
honorable
things.
member.
Thank you very much, honorable member. I'm going to just close it by saying, let us confront
are
some
two
of these
different
things.
things.
No matter how good they look, they do have some implications. Let us fight for equality. A woman is not a commodity. She cannot be bought. And we need to stand against anything that suggests that she's been bought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have our presenters respond?
Thank you very much, honorable members. Before I even attempt to give some reflections, just to say that there is a wealth of thought and a wealth of contributions that have come here, and we need to take these conversations further. We will not be able to exhaust them here, but I think there are important points we need to note. But maybe just a few areas that I wish to comment on. I start with the first speaker that spoke around it being a malicious compliance. That word stuck with me in terms of the way that the legal age of marriage has been adopted, and combining it with the comment from the honorable member from Botswana, there where there are some exceptions. And that's the catch there, that while compliance is on paper being attained, there is a number of nuances underneath there that needs to be sorted out. So it doesn't help in the case of Botswana that was adopted, but then the nuance surrounding marriage itself in both traditional and in civil spaces was not addressed. And this is what is happening here. The duality of systems is really affecting us. And you can see how we've struggled throughout the conversation to escape the conversation around customary laws and our customary practices. And that's where the heartbeat of the problem is. If we are able to get to our traditional systems, our norms, and our cultural practices and address them to be favorable for our girl children, we may make some progress. And we've seen some promising actions from some of our traditional leaders. I, for one, come from Zambia, and we have a few chiefs in the country who have gone to the extent of establishing bylaws within their own chiefdoms, like Chief Chamka, for example. And they are protecting girls, and they're protecting and preventing child marriages to the extent that they even retrieve, and they've created shelters and so on. So we need to be able to document such practices, amplify them, and ensure that these traditional leaders are sharing the light with other traditional leaders as well. And I would also want to pick on the courage that the honorable member from Lesotho has mentioned there, whether or not our female our female members here will take on the fight is a different conversation, but really that we need to be brave enough to name and shame what doesn't work within our traditions. And this is something that we are not doing. We saw I know Somaliland is not one of our member states here, but a law was announced to prohibit FGM. And it was dropped within about 5 hours because the religious community was protesting against that. So you can see how that we are still holding on to these traditions, even when we know they are harmful. So the question really to us is, how can we be brave enough to name and shame and be able to drop what doesn't work? So I just wanted to comment on that. In terms of the statistics, tomorrow we have a session, and I'm responding to the honorable member from South Africa, and I think the honorable member from DRC that was asking about a further analysis on the numbers. Tomorrow we have a session that will introduce you all to a tool and a mechanism that you can use to monitor what is happening within your countries. It's interesting that one statistic I showed you here stuck in your minds, and you were able to make such valuable insight. Now imagine if you had statistics already with you at your fingertips. I think it would empower you differently. And that's what we are hoping to achieve with the session tomorrow, to empower you with how you can analyze this data in a very quick manner and be able to debate with evidence in your parliaments. I think those are a few remarks I probably would want to comment on, and let me pass on to my fellow speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's just to echo Bevis, honorable members, it's really encouraging to see the commitment of the legislators in terms of now thinking about bringing in legislative enactment to cover the gaps we already saw. I just wanted to speak really quickly on the question of what works to end child marriage, because I think a few of you brought it up that we also need to look at what is working and what does the evidence say is the most effective measures. So there was this brief by UNICEF earlier this year, which is called What Works to End Child Marriage, and it looks at what are the most promising interventions. The first one is really income and economic strengthening. I think a lot of it goes back to the question of poverty. So measures which look at economic development, conditional cash transfers to families most at risk of child marriage, and other forms of income support have been really effective in reducing child marriage rates. The second one is education. I think really every year that a girl stays in school, the likelihood that she would be subjected to child marriage reduces significantly. So this is really one of the things that's worked, that if we have educational policies which promote free and accessible education to all, we remove the practical barriers which girls face towards accessing education and incentivize ways in which girls can stay in school. That's another measure that's really worked. In terms of, and then of course the transforming gender and social norms, which you've all spoken to, as well as access to SRHR and comprehensive sexuality education, is also very effective in ending child marriage. In terms of the law itself, actually there isn't evidence which shows that if we change the law that child marriage prevalence will reduce. And I think we all know that the law is not the solution. It has to be a starting point, that it's setting the framework that, you know, child marriage is a human rights violation. We're not going to abide by it in our societies, but by itself, it can't really solve the problem unless we put in place all these other measures, using the legal framework as an accountability measure and a tool to which we can actually implement everything else in terms of reducing child marriage. And finally, I think there was also a question on how do we protect girls who are already in marriage and what measures we could do. Just wanted to briefly highlight that the next presentation is actually going to go in depth into that. So hopefully that will be discussed in detail. Thank you.
Is Kurasha here? I think we need a round of applause. You can teach us how to do the.
Honorable members, I've been tasked by the chair for us to induce a bit of class in the way we clap for our resource persons. So what we do is we are in most of the countries in the SADC region, and we are approaching the rain season. And so we're going to do it alongside the rain. So what we do is that we say, when I say drizzle, you drizzle, drizzle, then we say rain, 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 and then we thunder, thunder, thunder. This was practice. Now we are doing the drizzle, 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 rain, 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 thunder, thunder, thunder. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kurasha, and thank you to our presenters. Honorable members, it is clear, therefore, that the SADC region, in some instances, is failing many of the girl children from protecting them of rights violations and institutionalized violence of forced child marriage that render them vulnerable to HIV, poverty, illiteracy, among others. We are reminded at this rate, the SADC region, it's unlikely to meet a number of significant sustainable development goals on health, education, jobs, economic development, and poverty until and unless the political leadership, especially the elected leadership of the people stand up to be counted. Like William Wallace amply puts it, item, the hand that rocks the cradle is the one that rules the world. SADC PF has an interest in assisting SADC parliaments to deliver on their constitutional oath of office. We must make it our duty to recall progress on this model law. It will help us to promote gender equality and at the same time raise awareness on the significance of empowering girl children and protecting them from marriage. Let us hold ourselves accountable. Honorable members, it is now time to take a break. We may take a break for 30 minutes so that we can stretch a little. Enjoy your break. Thank you.
Through the chair, it means we come back at 12 o'clock.
So we'll be back at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Honorable members, we're now calling the meeting to order. May we please settle down? May we please settle down? I'm calling the meeting to order. Thank you, honorable members, and welcome back from break. We're going into our next presentation on new policy briefs on child marriage, protection of girls already in marriage, and emerging issues affecting child marriage, climate change, mitigation, economic shocks, and poverty. And our presenter will be Nkata Murungi, Equality Now consultant. You may come through, please. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. I just noticed it's 12 o'clock, so we're just getting into the afternoon. All protocols observed. As I have been introduced, my name is Nkata Murungi, and I was working with Equality Now to prepare the policy brief, which you may have seen as you come back into the hall. And so my presentation this morning is just to reflect on the content of the policy brief, and then hopefully to have a bit of engagement after this. So allow me to share. I'll put it up so that we are on the same page. Okay, thank you very much. So just to start, there are two policy briefs that have been developed in relation to the SADC model law on child marriage, but not just the policy briefs relate to both Southern Africa as well as Eastern Africa region. So it's the Eastern and Southern Africa region. But for purposes of today, we will mostly, of course, be having this conversation within the context of SADC. So as a matter of background, the request that was made was to have an analysis of the emerging trends, some of what you would say are emerging issues that are affecting child marriage or that are affecting the process of ending child marriage. And these specific issues include poverty and economic deprivation, migration, climate change, as well as conflict and insecurity. And then to also analyze how we are doing in relation to measures for protection and redress for children who are already in marriages. And having done this analysis, to then make some recommendations for governments in terms of addressing the emerging issues and enhancing protection for children already in marriages. So the first brief that we look at is in relation to measures for children already in marriage. So starting from this morning and listening to the conversation that has already been preceding, I foresee that a lot of this is not going to be new information, because some of these things that are some of the issues that we have already been discussing. But the most important part to ask is, why in the first place are we talking about measures or measures of protection for children already in marriages, seeing as the goal of the SADC model law and the conversations we are having here today is to eliminate child marriage? But the reality is, and as was presented by Divya earlier in the morning, even though we have all these laws and the norms, there are still children who are getting married or children who are in marriage for different reasons. Some of this is voluntary, some of it is voluntary, some of it is forced, some of it is circumstantial. There are different reasons why there are still many children in marriages. And even though we would wish that children are not in marriages to start with, it's important for us to recognize that they still remain children if they are in those marriages. And therefore, we have a responsibility to ensure that if they are in the marriages, that we are taking measures to protect them. The SADC model law actually recognizes this category of children. If you look at the circumstances that children end up there, part of it is because of our own laws that allow children to get married before the age of 18. And in some cases, they get married even though the law says they shouldn't, in which case you can say it's illegal. But once they are there, there is an option or there is a possibility that the child may leave the marriage. But not all cases do children actually leave the marriage. In some cases, they may either choose to stay despite the circumstances of how they ended up there, or they may be forced to stay because of the circumstances that they find themselves in, especially if they do not have another family or other life alternatives. So what challenges that children in marriages experience? I think some of this we have been talking about, legal barriers. We're talking about the health risks for children who get married young, such as, for instance, complications arising from early pregnancy, higher rates of maternal mortality for those who have children at a younger age, gender-based violence, and often also transmission of sexually transmitted infections, trauma and mental health challenges, as well as limited access to health services, partly because they are children in themselves and some services may be out of reach. In terms of legal barriers, being a child also interferes with how much you can access courts and how much you can be able to activate the justice mechanisms to work for you. So it limits their access to courts, even to annul the marriage if they want to, to have the marriage annulled, or to claim property from the marriage, or demand access to property within the marriage, or to access maintenance for their children, or in some cases also custody of children, or of the children that they get within that marriage. Obviously, child marriage leads to disruption of education, as well as creates economic dependence, because the children will not have a means of earning. And inevitably, there is a social stigma attached to children, particularly, especially girls who get married early. So there is a need for us to reduce the negative impact of child marriage on the children who are affected. To reduce the impact it may not eliminate it, but at least to make it, to safeguard their well-being in those circumstances. And one of the issues that was raised earlier on is the need to harmonize laws, particularly in countries where you have plural legal systems. And this is especially referring to the conversation that has been going on a lot in the course of the morning, in terms of we have parallel systems of law where we have customary regimes, we have the formal legal system, as well as in some cases religious laws, and most of the time personal law matters or personal matters like marriage operate within these very multiple schemes of law. So there is need for us to ensure that all these systems are actually speaking the same language. And then finally, that we need to take specific measures for addressing certain specific groups of girls or children who are in elevated risks of child marriage. And this is, for instance, girls living in rural areas, or what you could say peri-urban areas. It's also in terms of girls, for instance, with disabilities, and the likelihood that they would be then given up in marriage earlier for other reasons motivated by the disability. or it would be girls or children from indigenous communities. And some of this sometimes happens with the state not being aware. It could be children who are affected by, or I wouldn't say affected, but migrant children in the different categories of migration, whether they are refugees, asylum seekers, or stateless children, children who may be in the general scope of migrant children. So let's look at very briefly, what are we looking at when you say measures for children who are already in marriage? In the legal context, some of the problems that I've highlighted in the preceding in the preceding slide, the only way to respond to this is making sure that the law itself is addressing these issues. And you specifically, in law, we say if you don't say it specifically, then it doesn't exist. So you need to actually be very specific about it rather than to hope that we can somehow interpret the law to cover these issues. And one of those, for instance, is we should clearly recognize a right to end or to void a child marriage. It should be just openly and plain in law that a party to a child marriage can end the marriage, and not to put many obstacles. In a lot of our countries, divorce has some procedural hurdles, right? The ordinary cause of divorce, especially in civil marriages, can be very difficult for a regular person, but even more so for a child, because not only are you supposed to prove that there is a fault, you also need to, in some countries, I think a lot of Commonwealth countries, you have to show that you have been in the marriage already for about 3 years. For children marriage, for child marriage, this cannot be the case. This cannot be accepted. So there needs to be a clear provision that allows for annulling or ending or voiding the marriage in the national law. We also need to recognize the right of these children to own property that is acquired during the marriage. So what happens is, in most cases, when these marriages end, they end there. And yet, in an ordinary case, if someone gets married, they also become part of the estate of the marriage. So it's also important to recognize that if a child is married, they should also have the benefit of the property of the marriage, and to specifically recognize that in the law. The screen is off. To still come back, I think. And then we should specifically recognize citizenship of children who get married, that they acquire through the marriage. So if ordinarily someone getting married in that country acquires the citizenship, a child who is married in those circumstances should be able to access the citizenship. It should also not just be revoked because the child seeks to annul the marriage. Because what happens in some cases is that the children then end up being stateless. So it's also important for the law to be very clear that a child can accesses and retains citizenship through the marriage, that they are able to access custody and maintenance of the offspring of their marriages. So should the marriage have had any child, and if they choose to leave the marriage, they should still be able to access custody of the children. And of course, it should be very clear in the law that there are certain remedies that are available for children or child victims of marriage. I am going to eventually come to speak about redress and support for survivors in terms of allocating resources to it in the policy recommendations. But as a starting point, this should be something that the law should make very clear. Child marriage has severe health consequences. Often at times, whether the child stays in it or whether they leave eventually, most of the time they suffer a lot of health complications. A lot of these have to do with sexual and reproductive health. And for obvious reasons, they are very young when they're exposed to sexual and reproductive health issues. So whether it is needing to access maternity care, whether it is needing to access contraceptives, whether it is needing to access treatment for sexually transmitted diseases, all those issues can become very complicated if you're a child. And so for a child in marriage to even be able to go to the clinics and request or ask for access to contraceptives becomes very difficult, which means that you then burden them further with the possibility that they will give birth very early, which increases the risk of complications, or that they will give birth too frequently because they don't have access to contraceptives in between. The challenge in this regard is that for children who are in countries where we are talking about laws that are not harmonized, part of the problem that we will have is that in those countries, you might be married, but you might not be, you might need consent of an adult or somebody else to access contraceptives because the law says that contraceptives are not accessible to teenagers or to younger people of a certain age. This is where the harmonization of laws becomes important for us to be able to provide protection for health. Sorry. Okay, then of course there is need for access to credible information. You can't make health decisions unless you actually have access to the appropriate information that allows that. And in a lot of cases, we know that sexual and reproductive health information is not available to younger people for different reasons, partly influenced by social realities and a bit of stigma as well. So it is important for us to ensure that children can actually access credible information that supports their health while they are still in marriage. It's important for girls, for married children to still be able to access education and skills building. So this links up to the re-entry policies that we have been speaking about, but other aspects that allow girls to still be able to continue. So whether it's vocational training or provision of opportunities that allow them to regain access to education. And of course, one of the elements that was mentioned and which Divya also highlighted earlier is that previously what we have seen is that measures or efforts to address child marriage have not benefited girls from poorer economic backgrounds. And therefore, it's important to actually take into account the need to incorporate economic assistance in dealing with child marriage, but especially for girls who are already in marriage to empower them to be able to actually claim their rights. And finally, some aspects of what you'd say are other measures is social well-being and social support, that we don't have a lot of frameworks and spaces where married girls are also able to engage and to benefit from social support systems. And while this can be put in place in terms of institutional frameworks, within African context, a lot of this is in an informal space that exists within communities. And these spaces are usually created with the support of local leaders, traditional leaders, religious organizations. So it is important to be able to nurture that support system for girls who are, or for children who are already in marriage. And that also includes measures for care and protection for girls in these circumstances. As we say, the rates of GBV, gender-based violence, that affects girls who are married early are much higher. The statistics show that the child marriage leads to high levels of gender-based violence. So to be able to have measures for protection, for referral, for rescue spaces in case of violations, that is one of also of the measures that is recommended. The last one is intersectional measures. These measures are in relation, once again, to recognizing that people are different. Even the children who are in marriages themselves are different, and therefore different categories of children should be provided support based on their respective needs. So for instance, if you say all girls who are in marriage can still go back to school, but you do not provide the necessary support for the children who are married and in the rural areas, this might not actually happen because they might not have, the measures, the support that is necessary for them to be able to attend. These things are not new because they are actually all in the SADC model law. I think this is the important part that we need to emphasize, that the model law already recognizes these measures as being necessary, as being available, and that we should, that they should be reflected in our national laws. So while I will not go into each and every singular detail of the recommendations, but as you can see, for each of these legal issues that we identify, there are legal recommendations that we make, which I've already been speaking to. So they are technical, but they are also very specific, like the need to harmonize laws, as we have been saying, the need to remove legal capacity barriers so that married children can directly access courts. Because normally children can only access our courts through a next friend. And if you're married, your next friend is your husband, and your husband in that case is the violator. Or maybe the parent is actually the violator. So you have to think about how is it that a child who is married can actually access courts without being required to go through a next of kin, who in most of the cases in child marriages, the next of kin is actually complicit. And then we have to recognize these specific rights like termination of marriages, annulment, property ownership, maintenance for children, as well as citizenship rights. And of course, we need to be able to stipulate in the law protections for children in marriage to be protected from exploitation and abuse, as well as most prominently gender-based violence. At the institutional level, some of which have already also been mentioning, if you look at the policy brief, it has some specific recommendations on ensuring the availability and accessibility of comprehensive sexual and reproductive health services, including contraception, access to safe abortion, HIV and STI care, as well as antenatal and maternal health. These, once again, are not being created out of nowhere. These are actually specifically stipulated in the model law, but they are also covered in some of the other laws that our countries have ratified, like the Maputo Protocol on the rights and welfare, on the rights of women in Africa. And also the need to invest in mental health and psychosocial support. Okay, then education and economic empowerment. I think I've also once again mentioned that this is a necessity if you want to actually practically ensure that girls who get married are able to access services or are able to be protected. You need to ensure that they have access to education and economic empowerment. I have gone through some of this in terms of the social support and the special protections for vulnerable groups. But I highlighted the element on anti-child marriage fund. This is a fund that is proposed actually in the SADC model law as well. And the reason I highlighted it is because a lot of what we were speaking in the morning is in terms of how we need to put measures in place. We need to create awareness. We need to have people who are actually monitoring. But these things take resources. And the primary commitment of a state is through the establishment of a pathway for resources to get into this sector. So this is one of the things that is recommended and which is a response to addressing child marriage and addressing the circumstances of children in marriage already within the SADC model law. So a lot of this, again, almost word for word is in the brief, and I would of course welcome us to have some engagements on it. But before we do that, I would then now move on to the second brief. The second brief focuses on emerging issues relating or emerging drivers of child marriage. So we have traditionally addressed child marriage from the traditional drivers. We know the religious influence, we know the cultural influence, we know the influence of poverty. But a lot has changed in the past few years and is still continuing to change. So we are in a rapidly evolving context. And a lot of that evolving context was not something that, for instance, was envisaged when we had the SADC model law, but even further down the years of work on child marriage. Some of the newer challenges that have emerged relate to, for instance, climate change, which is intensifying how we experience droughts, floods, as well as affecting access to resources. And of course, some of this has resulted very directly in increases in practices, one of which is child marriage. So for instance, Malawi reported in the last time when there were floods, I think that was in 2019 specifically, Malawi reported a spike in the number of child marriages that emerged. Conflict and insecurity, which disrupts protection systems and displaces communities and heightens the child marriage as a coping mechanism. So I think one of the major issues we may have realized is that we thought conflicts were going down. In the past 10 years, it's almost we are back to regular conflicts in a lot of African countries, including Southern Africa regions that we didn't foresee before. There is increased migration. A lot more people are moving across borders, but also internally within borders, and that removes children from normal protection services, and therefore it leads to increased child marriages. Poverty was discussed earlier, but one of the main issues to think about in this regard is how the decreasing or the shrinking access to resources is increasing the appetite for actually giving away girls in order to access what was said earlier, to access bride price and bride wealth. And then, of course, there is the rapid growth of technology, which I will not dwell on, but which we cannot ignore because it's also influencing perceptions of access to marriage. I mean, of child marriage and acceptability of the practice. Let me go to the specific recommendations related to each of this, because you can then read how each of these problems has affected child marriage. So in relation to climate change, we are suggesting that it is important for states to, as now almost every country is coming up with climate change response measures, it's important for us to actually think through how does these response measures speak to child marriage specifically. And we need to acknowledge the gendered impact of climate change. Climate change is not just happening broadly. It's affecting areas, primarily areas that women predominantly work in, such as small-scale agriculture. It's affecting access to water. So if you have to spend more time looking for water, you're much more likely to be exposed to violation and therefore also possibilities of increase of child marriage. If you cannot access the resources, then you don't go to school. It means you're likely to be married much earlier. So it needs to think about the gendered impact. Conflict and insecurity. I think the main call here is for us to remember that conflict is not a thing of the past. With climate change and emerging issues, we now are back in the conversation on conflict, and it's important for us to think about how that is affecting measures to eradicate child marriage. The evidence is that whenever there is conflict, child marriage increases. So we need to already proactively address that beforehand. Migration, while there are other aspects in terms of documentation and how we manage and police migrant communities, which is also important, part of what is required here is to see how do children move, how and when, especially if you have a significant migrant community in your country, how do you ensure that within that migrant community, girls who get married or children who get married are still able to, one, the measures taken to address conflict, think about preventing child marriage, but that girls who get married within those communities are still able to access justice and redress. And finally, poverty and economic inequality. We have to think about measures for ensuring that the addressing poverty specifically targets child marriage, not as an end goal, but actually as a means of ending child marriage, So essentially that we are investing, actively investing financially to assisting girls and communities to minimize the risk of child marriage. On technology, it's a more reflective conversation that we are now in the age of technology. Previously, child marriage was considered something that we think about in the outside of this space, but there's a lot going on within technology that we cannot ignore the potential effect that it would have on the work we are doing on child marriage. We don't have time to get into it, but we have been talking nationally a lot about GBV, gender-based violence, and an emerging backlash on gender equality that is very present on the online space. And I think it would be unwise for us to ignore this conversation and its potential to roll back the acceptance of gender equality that we currently have, including in the elimination of child marriage. I've spoken about intersectionality, so I'll not get back into
Please
it.
wind up so that you give us time to get into the plenary. Otherwise, we'll have no time to get into the plenary.
I actually don't even have to say it, they're all here. That child marriage is both a symptom and a driver of entrenched inequality, and that all these elements like poverty and rights violations are part of the bigger scheme. And SADC model law provides us a very strong basis to start to have these conversations in relation to girls already in marriage. And there is need, of course, as we reflect today, to think about how the emerging drivers of child marriage affect how we have been, the progress that we are making, but also potentially the effect that we could have in ending child marriage. Madam Chair, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nkata, for that presentation. I'll now allow questions or any clarifications. Zambia? Any other? South Africa? Okay. I'm surprised I haven't seen double South Africa now. Let's start with Zambia.
Thank you very much. Thank you, resource person, for the elaborate manner in which you explained to us. I wanted to find out something on a recommendation under legal. I think that is recommendation number 4, which talked about protecting children in marriage from exploitation, abuse, and gender-based violence with clear reporting and enforcement mechanisms. Now, when we talk about protecting children that are in marriage, isn't it that we are supposed to find ways of removing them from marriages? Because I've seen the other recommendation, which was recommendation number 3, talked about guaranteeing specific rights, which includes the right to terminate child marriages, including annulment, property ownership, marriage, and citizen rights. Isn't it that we should be focusing more on this issue of terminating child marriages? Then I noticed on another issue where you were talking about, I think, developing trends. The other challenge that we have is the introduction of policies that are counterintuitive. I'll give an example of our country, Zambia. Zambia has been working very hard, even just as a government, in ensuring that children are protected, preventing child marriages, and the like. Now, I think early this year, there's a policy that was introduced by the government where they were saying that get pregnant and get paid. The government was paying money for getting pregnant. So now, while it didn't intend to encourage child marriages, it had a potential to encourage people to get pregnant and get paid. So even those who didn't want to get pregnant, it's like they were being encouraged now that you get paid, you get pregnant and get paid. So now that is another challenge that is there. You may be working tirelessly in trying to end this thing of child marriages. But on this other end, you introduce a policy that maybe without undertaking a proper study starts negating the efforts that you've been making. Thank you. That is my contribution.
Thank you very much. Before South Africa comes in, I would just like to correct something that has just been mentioned by my colleague from Zambia. That was not a policy. Because I'm fully aware that we also have media here and we're from different parliaments and we need to get the correct narrative. It was not a policy. What it meant was that anybody who has fallen pregnant is pregnant at a particular time, because we had unprecedented drought in the country. And this drought is a drought that has never been felt or seen in the history of Zambia. So we looked at women who were pregnant and could not manage to feed themselves, and they were carrying children in their wombs. So what we thought was important was to help those women. So that is how government supported those women who were pregnant to get welfare and also just to have a meal for themselves. And that was not a meal for themselves, it's a meal for themselves and for the unborn child. So that is what it was. It wasn't a policy direction or a policy directive that this is what it is. You have to get pregnant for you to get paid. There was no such thing in Zambia. I hope I have made that clear. And I hope I've corrected it and cleared the air. Thank you, South Africa. You may now come in.
Well, thank you very much once again for such insights. I just want to understand during your investigation, or rather the collection of data which informs your input on the reasons, firstly, the drivers that get children into marriages. There is the exploitative driver, where guardians in the main marry the children off for trade-offs, commodifying children. Then there are those children without their own will, but looks like it's their own will, marry themselves off to sugar daddies for the sake of wellness. Yeah, for the upkeep, for the wellness, you try to escape poverty through seeking shelter, through seeking luxury from the people who are better off. But you are a child, and because they are in a position of having everything, then they take advantage of the fact that you are looking for comfort, yet you are still a child. Now, the law says it will void the marriage in that case, in terms of protecting the children that are already inside. There is two things I want to understand, is the advocacy around children knowing you can escape. How are we dealing with the advocacy in that area? Then number two, how are we regulating the space, or rather regulating the same model law in order for it to be implementable easier in terms of when that child who has gone there looking for comfort, when they know we can escape here because it's not nice, I'm only here simply because I can get things of material, but I don't want to be here. However, the law allows me to leave and the law covers me. However, I don't know where I'm going. How are we regulating that space? It's similar, colleagues, to what drives GBV in many households, like domestic violence. Women suffer a lot. They get beaten, they get ill-treated, but they go back and clear the case, they say, the next day. They cancel the case the next day because, okay, who's gonna give me money today? Who's gonna feed me? Who's gonna give me shelter? Who's gonna give me that? Because we do not have spaces in the SADC where we say these are designated spaces for women who are undergoing such abuse. So have we then regulated this law in such a way that we enforce Parliament to budget for shelters when we void such marriages, so that the children do not have to think about where do I go when I leave this space? Because if we do not have, or we do not close that gap, they will remain in that marriage, even with this law that covers them. But without an alternative of a shelter, an alternative of empowerment, an alternative of education, they will not leave. So in terms of the empirical data that we have utilized in order to compile your information, how do we then regulate the space? Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Angola.
Muito obrigada, senhora moderadora, pela cedência da palavra. Eu gostava de partilhar aqui alguma experiência na questão da saúde sexual reprodutiva, uma experiência positiva que nós temos estado a viver em Angola. Nós sabemos que quando se fala, por exemplo, de educação sexual reprodutiva para crianças ou adolescentes, existe um tabu muito grande nas nossas mentalidades. Mas criou-se em Angola, em cada centro de saúde, e tem sido advogado pela Assembleia Nacional e nós, parlamentares, por exemplo, nós que estamos aqui nessa nossa comissão, temos sido as protagonistas de irmos mesmo ao encontro nesses centros de saúde, onde existem espaços para ser atendidas as adolescentes de forma isolada, por forma a elas serem orientadas como é que devem evitar a gravidez precoce. E faz-se isso por quê? Porque os tabus que existem muitas vezes, a jovem adolescente não procura cuidados de saúde porque tem receios. Às vezes não tem nenhum compromisso, vamos assim dizer, ela quer mesmo só se prevenir, mas só o facto de ir ao centro de saúde buscar esse atendimento, o que se pode comentar depois são coisas negativas. Com esses espaços existentes no centro de saúde, ela fica mais privada, fica mais apoiada e não fica exposta. Portanto, eu penso que esta é uma prática que poderíamos utilizar para prevenir e ajudar com que as adolescentes evitassem a gravidez precoce. Também evitaria que muitos pais ou adultos, às vezes, veem só a criança lá no centro de saúde e já ficam a querer, enfim, idealizar coisas que não abonam. Não é? Então, eu penso que esses incentivos em encontrar espaços específicos para os adolescentes, e aqui não se fala só para meninas, fala-se também de meninos. Portanto, trabalharmos nesse sentido de irmos nas instituições também de ensino, conversar com os jovens a importância da educação sexual, onde evita-se, portanto, a gravidez precoce. A questão da educação sexual nas escolas, eu penso que é muito importante e poderíamos aderir por aí. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. We'll ask the presenter, Gata, to respond. And should we have any of her colleagues from Equality Now who would like to respond, you can respond from where you are seated from. Thank you. Yeah, or any other presenters that would like to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members, for your interaction. Let me try to see which, most of it is really his comment. But perhaps to the honorable member from South Africa, it is true that there are elements of difficulty for women and for girls who are in marriages to exit because of lack of options. That is, it's one of the elements that we have spoken in the policy brief as well, that in reflecting on measures to address the plight of girls already in marriage, we also have to think about not just the economic measures, which includes, extending specific support to these girls to be able to cater for their needs, so that it does not create a dynamic where they have to depend on whoever is the abuser for them to have their well-being. So that is reflected upon in the policy. Primarily, I think it's important for us to frame this as a question of, because it's a human rights conversation, and within the human rights conversation, the primary duty bearer is the state. And the state has to think through how is it that these girls end up in these circumstances, that they're actually needing somebody else to finance their needs, and therefore being prone and at risk. So from that point of view, I think we have, what I see is that there is a clear obligation of the state, that there are measures the state has put in place outside of this policy framework. For instance, within South Africa, the Children's Act speaks about children being in need of care and protection. And some of these children who end up in these circumstances are children who are in need of care and protection. And if the state machinery is functioning, we shouldn't really be in this space to start with. But it's not to say it's not happening. It really is happening, which is why we have to double the effort. From an advocacy point of view, and my colleagues from Equality Now can add to this, what is happening within the children's rights space is building the agency of children, not just to recognize their rights, but to also be able to engage on their rights, to say that I should not be subjected to this. I do not have this, and therefore I can go to this department, I can go to that agency and seek a remedy. And from where I sit, I think it's working. Of course, it's gonna take much longer to fully actualize. There's maybe another distinction that has to be made. By law, any exploitative relationships are illegal. And of course, child marriages will vary from country to country. The reason why we are talking about children in marriages is because we have different legal regimes. There was a presentation that was made at the beginning, indicated that even within SADC, we have 3 variations of countries. We have countries that allow, I would say allow because they don't prohibit child marriage. We have countries that set a minimum age of marriage that is below 18. And we have countries that provide conditions where it's possible that a child can get married. The end effect of that is that inevitably, we are always going to have a group of children who are in marriages and who need protection unless we harmonize the law. So for now, we are talking about children already in marriage because our laws actually currently allow us to be in this situation, which we shouldn't be. But should we find ourselves there, also, we should now then be able to recognize that when you deal with children, they have agency. A child may have been forced into marriage at 16. Their circumstances might have changed dramatically, especially depending on the community they live in. They might not actually have the option of leaving that marriage. And if leaving is not an option, they don't cease being a child. We still have to be able to find ways of minimizing or limiting the impact of the marriage on them. The last clarification, there was the issue about legal recommendations pertaining to protection of children in relation, already in marriages. And you are asking the honorable member from Zambia, I think that was the question, how do we guarantee, one, the right to live, but on the other hand, also talk about measures for children already in marriages? That's a clarification that I've just provided. It's because we have different regimes that actually allow. So this model law is not advocating for, I think I made that statement clear in the presentation. It's not advocating for child marriages. It's recognizing that even though we have a lot of efforts to address child marriage, even though we are primarily pushing for prevention of child marriage, we nevertheless have children in marriages. And we have to think about the plight of these children because they don't lose their rights for that. In the context of exploitation, the law in every country will change. I think we should also recognize this. It's not intended to punish children who have relationships, because children will have relationships, especially within the frameworks of what we call Romeo and Juliet relationships that are recognized in our laws. Our laws recognize that adolescents might have relationships between them. Those are not child marriages, those are different regimes of relationships. But if there are marriages, exploitative marriages of older people versus younger people, where there's a commercial incentive, where there is an abusive kind of relationship, this must be capable of being annulled. There has to be accountability, which is incorporated into the law, including a criminal element for the parties that are involved in putting the children in those circumstances. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if my colleagues would want to add. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable SG. Thank you, Nkata. Thank you, honorable members, for your enthusiasm and excitement and commitment. So you have seen the giftings that have come in from SADC Parliamentary Forum and Equality Now, which I want to take this moment to acknowledge and appreciate Prof. Nkata for joining with us to research, do a rich deep dive in the literature that exists in the region in development of the two policy briefs. So with this, allow me to invite Honorable Secretary General so that she can take us through the official launch of the policy brief that you have on your table. So with a lively round of applause, I invite you to join us. Let's continue. What did Mr. Kurasha call it? Oh, drizzling, 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 drizzling. The policy brief is about to be launched. I invite you to come and join us. Let's do the rain. Let's do the rains. Let's do the rains. Let's more. Thunder, thunder. Over to you, Madam SG.
Thank you very much, honorable members, and our partners for journeying with us in this regard. You heard earlier, I think yesterday during the official opening, Equality Now did indicate, and this morning, that we signed this MOU a year ago. We had 4 clear deliverables. We're very clear that we have to have technical support, there has to be capacity development, we have to develop briefs, and we have to do media campaigns. And I'm happy to report that all those have been achieved in a space of a year.
And this is quite important because often we sign memorandums of understanding, which are flowery provisions with no clarity in terms of what are you entering into this for, to deliver for what. And it went further with the other partners who are in the room where we had other deliverables. And let me start here. For every model law, we have what we refer to as post-adoption strategies. And this is what we want to also incorporate into the SADC protocols, where after a protocol or a model law has been developed, we have what we refer to as post-adoption strategies. One, it's a guide. We should not assume that because a model law has been adopted or a protocol has been adopted, that we know how to utilize those provisions and know where to begin. So we come up with a guide. The partners who are in the room, UNFP and others, participated in us coming up with a guide that will then tell us how to utilize this protocol, to what end. Beyond the guide, we then went further to say we need to come up with videos that give the lived experiences of that which we are trying to deal with as ills in the society. I think Nkanta went very well to speak about, looking at climate, conflict, and other issues that may not have been envisaged, where the nexus between the issue and some of the developments that are happening in our countries may not be as easily discernible. We don't believe that everything is as clear as it should be. And therefore, we try to make these linkages, mindful that at Parliament, you all sit in various committees. And when we talk about cross-cutting issues, child marriage can be a matter for a committee dealing with climate. It can be a matter for a committee dealing with constitutional affairs, a committee dealing with children, etc., etc. So we come up with videos to highlight what is happening. We also go further to come up with briefs. We don't leave it there. We have incorporated dialogues, public lectures, so that we keep the matter alive. We go further when there's a bill in Parliament or when there's a proposal through the mechanism that we set in place, we request them to seek for legal support. So we adapt legal drafters to assist different countries where they've seen the model law but don't understand what are we supposed to do. We've had questions from members or from countries that say, do you want to see the model law in our laws? No. We are looking for a Sexual Offences Act that can progressively assist us. We are looking for birth registration amendments that can assist us, regulations and many others. So today we're very happy to say, as part of these post-adoption strategies, the briefs are before you and you have them in all the languages. This is one that's referring to the protection measures for children already in marriages in Eastern and Southern Africa. So you'll have these on your tables. We also have them electronically. You'll receive those in your WhatsApp groups. And we pray that you are also able to share them with other members who are not sitting here so that all of us are the same appreciation of what has to happen. We also have another brief, which is looking at addressing emerging drivers of child marriages in Eastern and Southern Africa. And this is the presentation largely that Ms. Nkata was trying to put forward. These model laws are quite old. There's been a lot of evolution around certain issues, and therefore it is important for us to continuously update and integrate. And this is what it is, and thank you very much, partners, including the dashboard that you'll hear about tomorrow, the tracking component. The tracking that, the mechanism that you see tomorrow on the tracking of this model law is simply going to be something that you'll appreciate. You don't have to write to the SADC PF and say, can you please advise us? How many countries have done A, B, C, D? Sitting where you are able to visit that site, you'll be able to immediately receive the results and speak to them. This is the progress that we'd like to see with each SADC protocol, with each model law that we develop. Further, we may, because it incorporates treaty agreements and many others and conventions, we amplify them in these documents, and this is the road that we have traveled with our partners, and I wish to request for a round of applause.
Honorable members will now break for lunch. Or do you want us to continue? This is 1 o'clock. We come back at 2 o'clock. Honorable members, I'm kindly asking, requesting that we come back on time or in time so that we can finish as quickly as we can because we are behind time by 2 presentations. So if we don't come back in time, that means we'll knock off a little bit late. So please, let's come back in time. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Chair.
makore mangani nene anorabutsira mukaburido
Ngwanana, so inge tšhelete ya magwinya mo.
Sorry changamire changamire Sorry changamire Watombo timbura yere na yeye wa ugere naye Achiko shimburu za chiko mwenyeke za non-stop Uchiti ya kachinja mwemusimdi chapinda Wani kwe Chawaguna bana Watombo timbura yere na yeye uri murudo naye Sikune sikati akabata bakata Nakanda hakata upenyu makasa Nangodira koda mwini Hanzi ndiyo chinikonda Abiyangu mpasaiza numsakunane Musamirira irosuwa Mtumbi wangu watikisa mokowa Dikafuka mchaneta Dikafuka mchaneta
Qui est là? On a dit le soir, il a montré qui est là. Ou on dit le soir, il a montré.
O sireletsa ho ka pogo hana jena sekolo sa ka se kwetswe ke kobela hore ke nyalo ke rekisa mazimba mane hore ke same bophelo empa ntse ke tla mona ka nako tse ding hore ke tlo ithuta
Hello my friend one good that girl is still a child my friend hello I need your voice hey bakiba lokolo hey bakiba lokolo hey bakiba lokolo hey banabaka bakiba lokolo hey bakiba lokolo hey bakiba lokolo hey banabaka lendo Africa we are moving well open your window your window don't touch me Lesotho we are moving well
hello Sada African Union I need your voice hello
Good afternoon, honorable members. Glad that we're all back, and I'm sure we enjoyed our lunch. I did, and I believe everybody else did. So if you recall, in the morning, we were supposed to have had a video. Honorable members, may we please have one meeting? Can we settle down, please? If you recall, in the morning, we're supposed to have a video, but we had a few challenges. So the video is it's just about realities on child marriage, and therefore we're going to have it play now. And then after that, we'll have Sadiq come on board. So before we have Sadiq come on board, I think let us have the video. Thank you.
Kushikira lini, achikita nindi, kanyama kanyama rudo ndina runotsie, mukarido, mukarido. Kushikira lini, achishita maningi nda, makore mangani nana yanorabudzira.
Ngwanana. So inga tšhelete ya makwinya mo.
Sorry changamire, changamire. Sorry changamire, changamire. Watombo dingoro yere na yeye wa ungere naye. Achiko shinguru za chiko mbunyike za non-stop. Uchitia katinja, mmusindi chapinda. Wanikwe, chawabuna bana. Watombo dingoro yere na yeye uri murudo naye. Sikune sikati, akabata bakata. Nakanda hakata, upenyu makasa. Nangodira bata mwini. That girl is still a child, my friend. Hello, hello, I need your voice. Yeah, but keep a look Baki balokolo, hey, banabaka, banabaka. Baki balokolo, hey, baki balokolo, hey, baki balokolo, hey, banabaka, banabaka. Tikatamanatanga from Lendo, Lendo. Usaka machisa. Africa, we are moving well, well. Open your window, your window. Don't touch me. Lesotho, we are moving well, well.
Hello, 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 SADC. African Union, I need your vote. Hello, 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 SADC. African Union, I need your voice. Hello, 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 my neighbor. African Union, I need your voice.
Hello, 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 my neighbor. African Union.
Girls are not brides. We are scholars, doctors, and leaders. Our future costs less than your watch, but you, all of you, must choose to fund it.
Baki balokolo, hey, baki balokolo, hey, banabaka, banabaka.
Wojaboka moso.
Asimbwandiane, asimbwandiane, asimbwandiane.
Wojaboka moso.
Chimbombi yangu, usatula chimbombi yangu, usatula chimbombi yangu.
Wojaboka moso.
Salama nginawe, salama nginawe, salama nginawe. Njengebhuluko lebantu something.
Denied bail. Thabo Mbeki offers further views on Mkhwanazi.
Thank you very much for that video. Very short video, but yet very informative. It's food for thought for all of us. I'd just like to hear from a few members on what they picked from that video. Honorable Madikizela.
Chair, I think the people who are making this video are making a point about the importance of prioritization. Because, I mean, as we heard the girl saying that we seem to be, in fact, I think the watch is just a reference. On many things that are less important that we are prioritizing over the importance of saving children who are now wives and also prioritizing education of these children. So I think that that's what the video is depicting.
Thank you very, very much for that intervention. Angola?
Boa tarde, obrigada. Eu não entendi muito, a minha interpretação foi mais visual. O que eu percebi ali também é uma forma de exposição das crianças, né? A criança estava exposta num ambiente em que ela estava indefesa e qualquer coisa que acontecesse ali, ela não tinha como se defender, tinha que ser ela mesma a reagir. Portanto, foi o que eu percebi. E deu para mostrar também que, mesmo estando exposta, ela tinha referência. Acabou voltando dentro do seu espaço familiar, onde ela sentiu-se, portanto, protegida. É o que eu pude entender. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Indeed, that was a very good intervention. And I think in future, we need to make sure that we have all languages, looking at the fact that we all come from different parliaments. It's important that we have different languages for everybody to understand. Thank you. Eswatini?
Thank you very much, Chair. What I saw from that video was actually confirmed that as people, we associate children that are out of school to be adults, yet that's not always true. So that has provoked some thoughts in my mind that we should always be considerate and to really think when we see a child out of school, not to imagine them as adults, but probably believe that they are out of school because of some challenges. Thank you.
South Africa?
Thank you, Program Director. The take home from the video also is the advocacy campaign, conscientizing the society about the plight that children are facing, and that also linked to that is sort of a fight back by the child that are faced with these possibilities. She did not submit. She fought back and sought refuge amongst her own community. And indeed, through that, she was able to defend herself and conscientize the society and the school around issues that are affecting young child. Thank you.
Eswatini?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just a small one. Many apparently I saw just as a small naughty girl that needed a spank. She stole the watch and she just needed a small belt, you know, just to spank her. Yeah, that's all.
We actually said, what did you see? That is what the member saw. Thank you very much. Do we have anything from SADC before we close? Nothing?
Yes, please. Can I speak from here?
Please come up here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The High Table, may I take advantage of the protocols that were established yesterday, and just to greet the honorable members of Parliament that are here and the partners that are participating in this meeting. My name is Mike Masie. I'm from the SADC Secretariat, from the Policy, Planning and Resource Mobilization Directorate. Let me begin by appreciating the issues that the SADC Parliamentary Forum has brought to our attention today. I think these are very pertinent issues. They're affecting us in our communities, they're affecting our families, they're affecting those who are close to us. And my starting point is just to assure the meeting that as SADC, the anchor is in the SADC Common Agenda, which talks about inclusive and sustainable development, which I guess incorporates issues that have been discussed today, and some of them were discussed yesterday. They talk about socio-economic well-being, justice for all. So it's important, and we are grateful that these issues are being raised in this forum. However, despite having a very comprehensive regional integration agenda, as we've seen in our documents, in various platforms that we've spoken, which are ably supported by robust legal frameworks, the SADC region continues to face challenges, including in the areas that we've covered today, and it's quite unfortunate. Yesterday, we were reminded that some of these challenges are there because we have been quite slow in ratification, accession, domestication, and implementation of the various protocols and agreements that we've signed up to. So we will echo what was said yesterday, that we urge our members of parliament to take back the message of pushing for the ratification, accession, domestication, and implementation of the SADC protocols. So this message, please, as you go back to your respective countries and parliaments, we urge that you share with your parliaments. Coming to the issue of today, eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage. This is very topical. This is a very emotive issue, and we are happy that the SADC Parliamentary Forum is applying its mind to this issue. We urge you to continue fighting for this vice to end, to ensure that our girls and young adolescents are in safe places. SADC is engaged in the Eastern and Southern Africa initiative, whereby we trace and follow various indicators associated with child marriages, including health risks, education barriers, violence, abuse, and economic dependence. At the moment, besides this initiative, unfortunately or regrettably, we do not have any specific project or programs on child marriages. But we've taken note, and we will take back the discussions from this forum and put forward to the Secretariat and see how best these can be incorporated in our programs moving forward. I also want to assure the meeting here that we are currently conducting the midterm review of the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan 2020-2030, and now it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity that we've got to incorporate some of these issues that have come out in the discussions today. We will be calling on the SG and the team to help us make a submission on the very pertinent issues that have been discussed here concerning child marriages, so that the balance of the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan 2025 to 2030 probably can consider some of the recommendations that will come out of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Otherwise, without much ado, we just want to thank the SADC Parliamentary Forum for applying its itself to this issue. Like I said, these are very pertinent and emotive issues, which we cannot brush aside, and SADC is alive to these issues. Although there is no particular program or project that is being undertaken within the Secretariat, but now we wish to assure the meeting, we will be asking the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat to make a submission along the lines discussed here, and then we'll take it up from there. With those very few remarks, I thank the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. Honorable members, we have new members here, and it is important that we welcome them, and therefore I'll hand over to the SG.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On behalf of the Secretary General, honorable members, we are doing what we could have done from day one. We couldn't because of the attempt to manage our schedule, but be that as it may, we have an opportunity to welcome members that are new to SADC PF. They are new in two ways. They've just been designated to be members of SADC PF from their national parliaments, or they are coming here as proxies representing substantive members who couldn't be attending the meeting but are designated members of SADC PF. So in terms of the rules of procedure, proxies are designated to represent those members. So we have honorable members from Mauritius. With the indulgence of the chair, I will request the individual members to stand and introduce themselves so that we also get to see them and they speak briefly about who they are, the portfolio they hold back home. I want to start with Honorable Venkatasamy.
Yeah, I'm Honorable Venkatasamy Govindan, just elected members of the parliament since 10th of November. I'm from Mauritius. Thank you.
He did not mention is that is the deputy chief,
Yeah,
chief.
I'm also the deputy chief whip of the Mauritius Legislative Assembly. Thank you.
Biko, did I get that right? He's out. Okay. Honorable Colette.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Miss Marie Roxana Colette from Mauritius. I actually come from a small island named Rodrigues in the Republic of Mauritius. I was elected as Member of Parliament for Rodrigues Island, actually. Thank you.
Which committees are you serving in Mauritius?
So I am on the Gender Caucus, on the Financial Crimes Committee, and this article.
Thank you very much, Honorable Colette.
Thank you.
Honorable Eduardo.
Thank you very much. So I'm Jacques Edouard, fourth member of Rodrigues, representing also the island of Rodrigues. I'm a member of the Broadcast Committee of the National Assembly, and I'm also the chairperson of the National Working Group on SRHR. Thank you.
We have the Namibian contingent, Honorable Paula, not so new, but new in this context. It looks like she's not in. Honorable Kalangula?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm a bit tall, so I will have to stand in a position. My name is Nelson Tuafeni Kalangula, a member of parliament in the Republic of Namibia. I serve in 3 committees: 1, International Relations, Defense and Security Committee; 2, Budget and Finance Committee; 3, Public Accounts Committee. I also serve as a Shadow Minister of Works and Transport back home that serves to hold to account the Minister of Works and Transport. So we are doing quite well and we are pleased to be here. So I'm pleased to do a lot with SADC PF. Thank you so much.
Honorable Likando?
Good afternoon. My name is John Likando from the National Assembly of Namibia. I've been part of the SADC as a proxy from the other house until the 21st of March, when I was sworn in as a member of National Assembly. Back home, I'm serving the Committee of Security and Defense, equally on Committee on Natural Resource, and also Urban and Rural Development, including this one. Thank you very much.
We have proxies. We have Senator Mohashali from Lesotho.
Good afternoon, honorable members. I am Mabataung Patricia Mukhatadi from Maseru. I'm a member of Senate in Lesotho in the 11th Parliament. I'm not chairing any committee, but I'm the secretary in the committee, Parliamentary Women's Caucus in Lesotho. Thank you.
We also have another proxy from Lesotho, Honorable Rancho.
Thank you. My name is Itumelen Rancho. I am a member of the 11th Parliament. I'm the chairperson of the SDG Monitoring Committee back home. I'm also in the Economic and Development Cluster. Thank you.
We also have Honorable Douglas from South Africa.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Honorable Wesley Douglas. I'm a representative for Umkhonto we Sizwe, the official opposition in South African National Assembly. I serve as the whip for the Peace and Security Cluster for the party. I also serve on international relations and cooperation, and I serve on the Committee for Appropriations, as well as a presiding officer for Parliament from time to time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I can tell you, I know a secret about every other member who did not speak in this house, which I want to reveal to you now, is that they were all once new to SADC PF. It's a secret I've kept for so many years, that all of them were once new to SADC PF. There was a day when they were like you. And in this, I'm saying they also know what it means to be new, but they also know what new members, what we need to do to support new members. And our call is that we thank you very much. Allow me to step back a bit. I jumped the first letter on the English alphabet, and I forgot the honorable member from Angola. My sincere apologies. Please introduce yourself, honorable.
Muito obrigado. Eu sou Lázaro Cacunha, membro do Parlamento angolano. Faço parte da segunda comissão, que responde pela defesa, segurança, ordem interna, antigos combatentes e veteranos da pátria. Muito obrigado.
So, as I was saying, we were all once new to SADC PF, and we all know what support to new members can do. And while we can give support as staff, it's different when other fellow members give support to new members. And this is our call. We view our members as our ambassadors. Maybe with, while I still have the floor, we can, Honorable Sebastian.
Acho que há mais alguém novo aqui entre nós, da Zâmbia. Acho que há mais alguém novo aqui entre nós, que não foi apresentado.
Presidente.
What many will not know that is that Honorable Sebastião is a 5-star general of the War of Liberation in Angola. When those who know about the Battle of Quinto Carnaval, he was one of the pilots that were flying the jets. So when he speaks, I listen. I would have said Honorable Cassandra was the last plenary it was introduced, but I can't say that to Honorable Sebastião. So Honorable Cassandra, please introduce yourself.
For the sake of my mulam. My name is Honorable Chushi Kasanda, Member of Parliament from Zambia. Thank you.
Honorable Cassandra is in the category of members like Honorable Cooper, who were with SADC PF before. She was deputy chairperson of the Democratization, Governance and Human Rights Committee. And also, when she left SADC PF, she left to be Minister of Information in Zambia. So she knows the way around. She's a returning soldier. So I was going to propose that let's drizzle rain and thunder as we welcome the new members. One of the many things that will happen to new members in SADC PF is that you'll be exposed to regional issues and, sorry. My sincere apologies. So we saw that Honorable Raviraj has walked in. And Honorable, before you came, we were introducing new members. We would request that you introduce yourself, you inform the House in terms of the committees that you belong to in the National Assembly of Mauritius before we proceed. Thank you.
Yes, first of all, my sincere apologies. I was absent because I had some work to handle back in my constituency. There was a serious accident. So basically my name is Raviraj Sinha Bichuk. I am Mauritian of Indian origin. So it's my first, for the first time I got elected for the previous elections that were held in November. And I'm really delighted to be part of this SADC Parliamentary Forum
And I genuinely hope that very soon we will be a SADC parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will at some point request that all the new members stay behind so that we have a group photo for the newsletter. Meanwhile, before you came in, Honorable Uwe, I was revealing a top secret about the old members to the new members, that they were all once new in SADC PF. So they were like what you are today, and they know how to support you because they were in your shoes before. And I also was mentioning that the region is a good space for honorable members to broaden the scope. If you have the burden of your constituents when you come to SADC PF, or the burden of your country, you realize that you have to carry the burden for the entire region. And we therefore welcome you. We see you, honorable members, as the ambassadors of SADC in your constituencies, in your countries. Let's, may I invite honorable members that let's drizzle, let's rain, let's thunder as we welcome the new members. We drizzle, rain, 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 thunder, thunder, thunder. We welcome you. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you very much, honorable members, and thank you, Kurasha, for introducing our new members. Honorable members, the new ones, you're welcome once again as a veteran. I'd like to also warmly welcome you. SADC is home away from home. So, having said that, I would like to thank all of you for your participation, and also just to thank you for your wonderful interventions. You have a lovely afternoon. We now officially adjourn the meeting to tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.
Order, honorable members, may we kindly, there's a ballot box outside. It looks like if there was an election, the chair would win.
Hello, we request, as members are leaving, we request our partners and colleagues from the Secretariat to remain behind for debriefing.